hundreds of them generating income. Fines don't go to the district at all of them into the city coffers. Parking restrictions will expire in July. District police should patrol parks, not city streets. The district should support access to parks, not cut park hours. The environmental injustice at Mission Peak must stop. Some have defined insanity as doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Imagine if the fire department went out somewhere to a forest and put out a fire there every week. We wouldn't be, and we saw the pictures of the fire hoses and the water and their great work, and we wouldn't be asking, how do you put out fires? We'd ask, well, what are you doing to prevent fires? And so that's what these pictures that I just on this handout are. This was September 1st, 2019. I was the day before yesterday at dawn at Mission Peak. You see the cars all curving around in curlicues and curves? See the little orange line? The car should follow that line. That would be a proper, the goal of this district, evidently it's very important to this district that these cars line up properly at Mission Peak. It's a priority. In fact, a lot of these cars got a parking ticket because they weren't following the proper line, towing the line as we call it. And that's fine, that's fine. If that's the goal, and that's how we have to instill order. We have to rectify the situation. The slew of parking tickets. So facility upgrades are needed to restore order, to straighten out the cars. We need to install wheel stops. That idea has been around for 2 years. We need to improve maintenance and repaint the faded lines. You know why they're curved? Because it was dark. They couldn't see the lines. It was a little dark, a lot dark. It's like before sunrise when they parked there. Parking projects should be completed on schedule. There's a plan to build hundreds of new parking spaces there. That plan was approved on September 21, 2016. However, accounting discrepancies plague the permitting and preliminary design. Welcome back. We need to rectify the accounting. This has to stop, and you can't deal with parking disarray with police. Police aren't designed for that, unless they stand there and tell each person where to park. You have to deal with it with, like physical measures, wheel stops, with kind of, like psychological measures, with, nudging, they call it. They wrote a book about that, nudges. We need to nudge these people into compliance, not ticket them. You know why the ticketing doesn't work? Because a lot of these people, it's the first time they ever go there. They come in, they fly in. This is, a lot of people, it's their first visit. Thank you.
We cannot address the issue at this time in response, but I'm going to say that I will ask under matters initiated by me for a report on the upgrade of the parking lot at Mission Peak. Seems like it's a timely thing to do. So that's my promise to you, Mr. Burke. Consent calendar. Do we have any questions by anyone on any item?
No, Madam President, we have not received any questions
All right,
prior.
and then I'm open for a motion to approve. Well, that was quite quick, wasn't it? Okay. Motion is made and seconded by Corbett and Coffey, with 2 C's, to approve. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Under Acquisition, Stewardship, and Development Division, there is a public hearing. This will authorize the certification of the final environmental impact report for the Coyote Hills Restoration and Public Access Project. Adopt the findings pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, a statement of overriding considerations, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting programs, and approve the land use plan amendment for Coyote Hills Regional Park.
Good afternoon, Director, President Police Camp, and members of the board. Excuse me, Brian Holt, you moved through that consent calendar really quick.
It does surprise you, me too. Once in a while, we surprise everybody.
I'm Brian Holt, Chief of Planning and GIS.
I have faith you can manage one.
We're excited to be here today, bringing this this long-standing project forward to you. I'll be introducing Chris Barton, our Environmental Programs Manager, who's led this project from the beginning. This will bring an addition of 306 acres to Coyote Hills. And this has really been a long effort on the part of the community, many members who are here today, to protect this site from years of different development proposals, and now we have the opportunity to look at a really significant restoration and public access project here on this site. This property, as we know, has had a long history of human activity, over a century of agricultural use on the site, used as a duck hunting club. So a great opportunity for us to now look at a real substantial restoration project with modest and thoughtful public access. This area will serve as the gateway to Coyote Hills, really providing a new visual entrance to the regional park. Restoration of the willow sawsaw on the property, substantial urban agriculture and native grassland restoration, and new opportunities for the community and for the public to connect with nature and connect with this park. So I'm really excited to bring this forward, and with that, Chris Barton, Environmental Programs Manager, will present the project to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I am sure Mr. Barton's ready.
I hope so. Thank you, Brian, President Wieskamp, members of the board, staff. Chris Barton, Environmental Programs Manager. I'll be presenting this project to you today and the board actions that you have before you. I'll start with the background on the project, get into some of the details of this land use plan amendment, touch on the environmental effects of the project, and then outline the board action for this afternoon. Coyote Hills is located in the southern area of the district in the city of Fremont. This is Alameda County in Ward 5, and Wieskamp's ward. The park's been open since 1968, so more than 50 years. It's a full-featured park. We have everything out there from a visitor center to camping, naturalist programs, and it's also adjacent to the wildlife refuges. And so the Park District received its largest donation in its history back in 2014, and this is thanks to the Board of Directors starting a long period of negotiations with the Patterson family back in 1989, and our General Manager, Robert Doyle, working together with the board and negotiating this with the Patterson family. So this all came to fruition in 2014. And before the donation, there were many aspirations to develop this site, which included the original Ardenwood 2000 project. The latest iteration that I could find was for an 1,800 housing unit project with retail, school, and golf course. All of this was also possible because there were advocacy groups that were involved, which included the Friends of Coyote Hills and Citizens for the Committee for the Completion of the Refuge, which I think many are here today. So this is a huge gate that's wide open to expand the park that we have to secure the eastern boundary of the park, which has urban development just pushing right up against Paseo Padre, wanting to come into the park. So we recognize the agricultural heritage at the time of acquisition and even in negotiating it. That was one of the things that was important to the Patterson family, was that by turning this over into a regional park, that this agricultural heritage would be preserved forever. And then to learn more about the property, the donation parcel, I have this slide of the historical ecology, which shows the historic willow sawsaw that's the highest value feature from a habitat standpoint on site. Let me find my point right here. So I'd like to point out a few things just to orient folks about the historical ecology here. So this is the donation parcel here, about 306 acres. It includes the church parcel, which was about a 10-acre acquisition back in about 2016. The willow sawsaw, which is essentially a a wooded willow grove that went through the property, went all the way up into Ardenwood Creek, which had been diverted here, which is, the board may be familiar with that as the P line, which there was litigation over several years ago. But historically, it went up to the upper watershed, and there was willows growing all in that area. So this is the acquisition parcel here. The little Thule symbols here are mudflats from San Francisco Bay. So we can see that before the Alameda Creek Flood Control Channel was built, this was all open to tidal. And this was all transitional area to where the tide can come in, and there's upland refugia for wildlife to come into this area. Since that time, the area's been used for farmland. We know for these kind of really fertile lands where there are former wetlands, it's also really good ag land if you fill it in and use it for that purpose. And that's what it had been used for about 150 years, up until around a decade from the time that we received the donation. Looking closer at the project site, so this is the same reversed, inverse shape of California kind of shape we have here. One thing to point out is that the Alameda County Flood Control District owns a good part of Coyote Hills, so the intervening land between the foot of the Coyote Hills themselves and the Patterson donation, this is all under lease. This hatched area down here is the Dumbarton Quarry, future campground facilities that are currently in the works. And the background with demographics in this area is we're seeing, in the Bay Area, we all know there's big population growth. But looking at ABAG's projection from 2010, there's a 30% population growth projected as we approach 2040. So that's the period between 2010 and 2040. And another interesting fact is the city of Fremont's general plan, when they did their last update, they did a survey to see which parks were most popular in Fremont, and Coyote Hills ranked number 2, only to the city of Fremont Central Park. So 56% of households actually visited Coyote Hills over the 2010 period from when they did the survey. And with our project-specific survey that we did in the planning process, we found that 86% of Coyote Hills visitors are coming to walk and to hike. And we have a recent survey. These are preliminary results from the recent survey that the district has been conducting over the last summer to find out park-specific park improvement needs. And the number one thing that the public wants are water bottle fillers, recycled compost containers, restrooms, number 4, nature programs, and number 5, habitat preservation areas. And these are all ranked in priority order. Looking at surrounding public lands in the area, we have Eden Landing, which is approximately 6,400 acres. We have Don Edwards, the Alameda County portion is about 18,000 acres. So the shoreline, about 13 miles, is along the linear miles of shoreline for Don Edwards is about 13 miles, and to the north for Eden Landing, it's about 4 miles of shoreline. And with the recent South Bay Salt Pond Eden Landing Phase 2 project, there are no new parking spaces that are being proposed or provided, and that's a $7.4 million project. Providing more context of the planning area, we have disadvantaged communities all along the shoreline here in Alameda County. There are many factors that contribute to this, but many of these groups don't have the voice and advocacy to promote public access and also to even express what their needs are. And we know that within these groups, for public health reasons, getting outside, and the Park District, it's not a recent slogan, but healthy parks, healthy peoples is especially important to this group. So we can see that the shoreline improvements that we provide at Coyote Hills are extremely important for people to be able to get outside. I'm going to go through a series of slides that show the current site conditions so we could get a sense for what the current land cover is out there. On the left is a vegetation map. RG stands for ruderal grassland. So basically that's a disturbed remnant of the 150 acres of farming, weedy land. So you can see on the left that it is the dominant land cover type with about, where's the acreage at? 188 acres. And then this is the inverse shape of the state of California here, so Paseo Padre, right here, Patterson Ranch Road. This narrow band right here is the historic, kind of the center line for the historic Willow Saucil, the riparian woodland area. And then this photograph was actually taken after a pretty good-sized storm event. So you can see the southern wetland area here already is flooding in these lower lying lands. This is a flood control channel that the Flood Control District recently completed, and it's functioning as designed. So in high flows, it overflows to this area and comes out into this intervening area owned by Flood Control, which is referred to as the J Pond. The other thing I want to point out is the topography here. So generally, the closer you get to this J Pond, the wetter it gets. The topography goes down and it sits lower on this side. And the further you get to Paseo Padre, you get higher and drier. So looking at this ruderal grassland, this is a typical photo of what the site would look like in the springtime. It is dominated by thistles and mustards. It's a highly disturbed site for the most part. And there are some unique land cover types. There's oak woodlands right here near the main entrance at Patterson Ranch Road and Paseo Padre Parkway. This is the area when the board took the site tour where we escaped the sun and went into the shade. And I gave a brief presentation on the project. And this narrow band here is the riparian forest that I was referring to. It's approximately 200 feet wide. On average, there are some areas that are wider, some are narrower, but on average it's about 200 feet wide. And freshwater seasonal wetlands, so that's this light blue color. So you can see the freshwater seasonal wetlands flank both sides of the Patterson Slough, so this S-shaped feature here. And this is the recently restored Alameda County Flood Control Facility in the southern part of the acquisition donation area. And then agricultural cropland. This is the current ag operation that's going on here. This was taken a few years ago, but they're still tilling and managing this area here. So that's along the frontage of Paseo Padre Road, south of Patterson Ranch Road. And you can also see a developed area here, which is this hatch line also along Paseo Padre Road where there's some metal buildings. And there's also the, we've been referring to it as the contractor's residence. And this is the other developed area that actually goes into and encroaches into this existing riparian area. So with this project, we have two main focuses that we're following through this project. Number one is a land use plan amendment, and number two is a park development plan. So with the land use plan amendment, we've gone through and looked at the 2005 land use plan, and we've looked at how we can incorporate this 306 acres into the park. The land use plan establishes the uses on the site and where development should occur, and also any limitations to the land or opportunities that park staff should consider as we develop the park. With this, we also have included in the land use plan amendment a park development plan. So this specifies what the intensity of the types of uses are within the development, the park expansion area, types of uses, intensity of use, where it's going to occur, and other policies that would be protective of the resource, but also responsive to providing public access. So now we come to our planning process. So this has been we're hoping to conclude a 2.5-year planning process where we started with looking at the feasibility, opportunities, and constraints at the site. basically studied everything from hydrology to vegetation, land cover, to cultural resources, even public safety, utility needs. And as we put together those opportunities and constraints, we brought this to the Board Executive Committee, had a public workshop along with engaging with other stakeholders such as Alameda County RCD, our partners with the Alameda County Flood Control District, Mosquito and Vector Control, and also the Native American community. So after looking at these opportunities and constraints and getting feedback from the public workshop and from the Board Executive Committee, staff and the project team went back to develop a range of concept alternatives. And we followed the same process. This was brought back to the Board Executive Committee for comments, and also brought to a workshop to look at the different range of alternatives and to receive feedback. Brought it back to our stakeholders. And then from that, we compiled a preferred alternative, which is actually the current land use plan, proposed land use plan map and development plan you have before you today. So back in February 2018, the board approved that conceptual site plan and directed staff to move forward with the land use plan amendment and to analyze the environmental effects under CEQA. So fast forward to the last part of this part of the project. So we did go through the full environmental review process to study and to evaluate the environmental effects of implementing the land use plan itself. We went through the 45-day comment period, responded to comments back in July. And then following that, we had 2 more public meetings, one with the Park Advisory Committee back in July, and then the Board Executive Committee more recently. And we're before the board today for our final action to approve the land use plan amendment and the environmental impact report. And there's a lot here on this slide, but this is just to show the efforts that we've gone through and the public outreach, including the workshops, the number of participants, outreach. We did outreach in multiple languages with this project. Also, public affairs work directly with reaching out to certain language groups or community groups that may not normally get the information from our website. And then also our stakeholders, ranging from federal to state to Native American and other interest groups. So focusing back on the project, for planning, there are 3 co-equal goals for this project that was determined very early on, and this is based on the Park District's master plan and also based on other plans that are adopted. And also knowing the agricultural heritage of the site, the great opportunity there is for expanding habitat at the site, and also the demand for public access it's just increasing every day. And we're seeing that and hearing about it and confirmed from speaking to park staff and others who have their boots on the ground. So the 3 co-equal goals, number 1 are urban agriculture, number 2 public access, and number 3 habitat restoration. On the outer part of the wheel, there are other considerations, objectives for meeting these goals. So here's another graphic showing this is the existing land use plan from the 2005 Coyote Hills Park. And here's the expansion area again. Here you can see that there's the Willow Run Recreation Unit that was called for in the 2005 plan. So this was an indication to us as we were going through our planning process, confirming that there is a need to have some picnic and recreation areas somewhere close to this eastern boundary. And then also the park entrance. There are specific policies that were in the 2005 land use plan, anticipating maybe the park district would get this as an acquisition, calling for specific things such as moving the entry kiosk closer to Patterson Ranch Road, and even improving the Paseo Padre frontage, the appearance of the park. And as we're going through our planning process, looking at the different physical constraints on site and land cover, we found that the three co-equal goals started to land in geographic areas based on site constraints. So the north area where Patterson Slough is located lends itself best to habitat restoration. In the middle area to agriculture, and the south area to flood control, which has a combination of project goals and objectives that can be achieved along with the flood control objectives of Alameda County Flood Control. Thank you. And the land use plan amendment map is here. So we're basically taking the red expansion area, and this map, this type of map is included in every land use plan. And it basically establishes the types of uses and the intensity of the uses that go along with it for the lay of the land. So the main standout features here are this greenish color. This is the natural unit. So it's 254 acres of the expansion area would be for the natural unit. The recreation unit would be concentrated on the north side of Patterson Ranch Road. And the board has received a number of comments regarding the location of this parking area, and staff has responded to these comments and does not believe there are any environmental impacts associated with the location of the parking, but I'll provide more on that towards the end of my presentation. But I'd like to point that out, that the recreation unit is about 7 units, 7 acres on the north side of Patterson Ranch Road, and the agricultural unit is about 45 acres. Now these are land cover designations. We actually went through and measured the footprint of these different types of features, so including existing trails, proposed build out of the parking lot. It's about, and also the developed area where those metal buildings are located. There's about 11% of the park expansion area that would be developed. 89% would remain for habitat, and also the agriculture use, which agriculture in and of itself can also provide habitat benefits to birds and other species. Here's an overview of our park development plan. There is the City of Fremont and the Fremont Unified School District parcels. They're here to the north, and this is Ardenwood Boulevard. And here's Paseo Padre Road. So one of the elements identified in the park development plan is to improve the frontage, the aesthetic appearance of the park from Paseo Padre Road. And this is actually consistent with city and county policies that call for this, which designate this formally as a scenic corridor, Paseo Padre Parkway. And then the proposed parking lot here, a 98-car parking lot with picnic facility, wildlife overlook, and then a farm stand over here. So this existing gravel lot, which fits about 60 cars pushed right up close to the back of sidewalk here, would be restored to grassland with some sparse trees so that there's still visual access to Coyote Hills themselves, not blocking it. And then a 20-car lot would be installed there where operations could operate it in a way to control and regulate parking, maybe with time limit parking, so that those who are visiting the farm stand facility, because the plan calls for a farm stand somewhere in the vicinity of the existing milk house facility to support the ag operation. So it'd be a 20-car lot, and also the milk house building would be preserved in place. And then also as resources become available and there's site programming, this milk house could also be restored and be used for park use. And here's an image of this 60-car lot, and it shows how the current cars are parking right up, there's very little buffer. They're parked right up close to the existing sidewalk here, which KB Homes built about 3 years ago. As mitigation for providing access along a parallel route for the Bay Trail. So I believe it's an 8-foot wide concrete sidewalk here. And then going south, here's the flood control facility. And then these dashed lines are trails, and these are regional trail connections that connect up with the Alameda Creek Trail, also the San Francisco Bay Trail. And pointing in this direction, the trail will connect to the Dumbarton camping facility. And also, we've learned that the city of Fremont is working on a very ambitious project actually to connect the Dumbarton Bridge up through Ardenwood to Quarry Lakes. So this would actually be one of the routes to make that connection is through here. There's more to come on that. The next series of slides look at in a little bit more detail where the land use plan is specifying certain actions. So here we have the mixed riparian forest. So this is the area where we're expanding the historic willow grove. And you can see right here, just barely, there are some arrows showing the 200-foot width of the existing riparian area. And with the proposed project, we're proposing to expand the width of this area 1,700 feet. So about 1,500-foot width expansion for this habitat area. The southern wetland area here, on this oblique angle, you can see it's already wet, it already floods. So the plan calls for doing some really light grading in this area to expand these wetlands. And depending on the availability of water, these areas can be managed for waterfowl. So there could be a seasonal managed wetland in these areas. And also plantings of cottonwoods and other trees. And in the southern area here, these low-lying depressions will be expanded, and mainly for flood control objectives to provide more capacity for flooding that's coming from upstream to downstream. But through this settlement agreement with the flood control district, public access would also be provided in these areas, and we have been working closely with flood control to make sure that these facilities can be designed and constructed and incorporated into their flood control facility. Oak savanna is the other major land cover type. So on both sides of the willow sawsole, there will be oak savanna. So oak savanna would be where we can restore native grasses, we will do that, but we're calling restoring. The number one objective is to restore and to control the weeds that are on site. That's the number one threat to the habitat up there is the monoculture of weeds. So we hope to get the weeds under control and establish a more typical California annual grassland in the area, and then also to plant sparsely plant oaks in the area. So part of this is to preserve the views, and then also from a habitat design perspective, our wildlife biologists are excited about having this element included in the project because I've been told that 170 or so bird species rely on oak trees. So there will be a nice synergy between the upland areas and the riparian area with the restoration project. And the agriculture area here would be at 45 acres, and it would continue to be farmed. So through the planning process that we went through, we did determine that this is the area where there's the best drainage and the best soil to continue with farming. It is a fairly small site to continue with farming, about 45 acres. So we're proposing with the plan to maintain this area and to continue with farming. This is a climate smart park. So with this project, it's very rare that we have 306 acres of predominantly weedy farmland to convert into high-value habitat and public access and to set things right from the beginning. So we have gone through the land use plan and identified certain practices, and even in the programming for the development of the park, identified how this project can be climate friendly. So the first thing, as an example, is the agriculture. So from working with the Alameda County RCD, they pointed us to a really neat tool that is put out by the Natural Resource Conservation Service, and that That is a ranking tool for looking at different kinds of farming practices and how much carbon would be sequestered. So things like composting, doing things to keep organic matter in the soil, multiple story cropping, so having a lower crop and then also a higher crop, so you have more biomass that's growing. Also, one important thing is how nutrients are managed. So making sure that only the right amount of nutrients are being put on the crops at the right time, and also looking at alternatives for what types of nutrients are being used. Other examples of climate smart, with the tree planting over the oak savannas, that there will be climate sequestration benefits, carbon absorbing benefits with that action. Constructing the wetlands, this is a photograph of Berkeley Meadow at McLaughlin East Shore State Park, where a number of seasonal wetlands were constructed near public trails. And this has actually been wildly successful, both with wildlife observation and also just folks that want to get away from the city, because once you're surrounded by these habitat areas, you're in a really special environment. So the wetlands themselves will sequester a significant amount of carbon compared to the current conditions. And we've been working with Alameda County, we've been working with AC Transit, and we've learned from working with them, they're currently updating their plans, so we're actively engaged in getting a transit stop to the park, and hopefully we can get that located along Paseo Padre Parkway. Climate change is interesting at this park because it's not our typical park where we have storm surges coming in, eroding away levees. We have, I guess that's the benefit of having a flood control agency as a partner. So they do have the Alameda County Flood Control channel for Alameda Creek here, and it doesn't flood, but the reality of sea level rise, what we're dealing with here is depth to groundwater and saltwater intrusion. So through our planning process, we have carefully studied the elevation of the land. That's also a factor in why we are going with oak savanna in the upland areas. And we are currently experimenting with those species to see how they will perform in the upland areas. But things like soil salinity are really important. So we're already starting to monitor the salinity in the areas and confirming which areas are too saline and which areas are better to continue with agriculture. And then also the depth of groundwater. So this illustrates the point that I was making earlier, that the areas that are closer to this J pond are shallower and wetter. And as you get further up towards Paseo Padre, you have a higher groundwater table. So there's less threat for saltwater intrusion. The project includes new public access. So a new 98-car parking lot would be on the north side of Patterson Ranch Road. And this parking lot configuration is designed to include the relocation of the kiosk, the park entry kiosk, and it can be operated by operations to either collect a fee or not collect a fee, because there are gates that can be open and closed where the public can bypass the kiosk if it's necessary. The staging area also includes a picnic facility, restroom, observation deck, and bus pull-out for school groups or whoever needs to get in there of the larger vehicle. And then also a place for that bus to park so they could wait for their group to pick them up. This is a illustrative depiction of the park frontage improvement. So this is showing the 20-car lot I was referring to here. Currently, this entire area here is gravel, and that was an existing condition when the Park District acquired the property. So an access road would be maintained coming in here to the 20-car lot, which would be situated really close to the existing Milk House building. And new trails. There are a number of trails running through here, as I mentioned. A lot of these are making regional trail connections, so they're spanning across the entire 300-acre park expansion area. Some of these are foot trails that lead to observation outlooks. That's also one of the project objectives, that we had was to provide nature watching opportunities. So we have two outlooks here, and from the comments that we received from the expansion of the refuge, or the environmental groups, these are two of the outlooks that there was some concern over. There are also some other outlooks, one that's here at the parking lot, one that's here at the western wetland unit, and then also here in the southern wetland unit at the flood control facility. So it's 4 miles of new trails. There will be rehabilitation of some existing trails to realign them to work better with the new public access configuration, and 1.6 miles. So the existing trails is 1.6 miles that would be rehabilitated. And the staff did go through and evaluate the environmental effects of the project under CEQA, and the CEQA is essentially the process that we follow to evaluate and to document what the environmental effects are so that the board can consider that before taking any action, and also to identify any mitigation measures that can be implemented that can reduce significant impacts to a less than significant level. And there has been significant public comment and public comment opportunity, agency comment, and opportunities for agencies to comment. There was one significant unavoidable effect with this project, and that was the removal of the contractor's residence. So this is the developed area that encroaches into the existing Patterson Slough. So there are a number of reasons why staff is recommending this building be dismantled, and the first one is that it's encroaching into sensitive habitat. The second one is we have been in contact with the most likely descendant, along with our archaeologists, actually boots on the ground looking at this site, and there are potential, there's very high likelihood for cultural resources around and even potentially under this building. So bringing in heavy equipment to take this building out would be destructive of those resources. So that alternative was not was considered infeasible. And then removal of this building and then reconstructing it somewhere else. The economics of it was going to be too expensive to take that option. So the preferred alternative is actually to hand dismantle it with light equipment, take it apart, and then salvage the materials, and then to reuse those materials somewhere on site where we have a project that could use that type of lumber, such as maybe the farm stand could be used for that lumber. So the board did receive the final EIR, which includes the comments from the public and stakeholders, and also the response to comments. The mosquito and vector control provided comments earlier on in the notice of preparation process, and their main concern was maintaining access to the wetland areas. So through communications with mosquito and vector control staff and working with them, they believe that the trails that we're providing, along with gates in logical places, will provide that access. The other comment they had was to keep the vegetation within the wetland areas fairly open so that they can get their equipment into those areas, and also to minimize the amount of breeding habitat for mosquitoes. And there are certain actions specific actions that they pointed out to us that we can take, such as planting more tree-growing willows in these areas that we've incorporated into the plan as goals. We've also been in contact with the Native American Heritage Commission designated most likely descendant at this site. And we've had our formal AB 52 consultation with this individual. And to summarize his main issues is, number one is that we minimize the amount of grading that we're doing out here, which we've done with this plan. The deepest excavations we may have are for installing utilities. And in those cases, we've committed to have an on-site archaeological monitor. And then also, if we do find human remains is to work closely with that individual and working out how we would handle those resources. And the other comments that we received, and this group is I would say the main commenter on the draft EIR, and then also the board has received several emails, other comment letters. There are also comments that were received along the same lines from these groups at the board executive committee meeting and at the Parks Advisory Committee. So some of the main themes are, number one is to eliminate trails and to relocate parking. So staff has looked at this request, and this is actually a comment that did come in early in the planning process, and we've tried our best to balance the public access with the amount of restoration that we're providing at the site. Some of the technical arguments about impacts, staff's experts don't agree with, and I think that there was a recent letter that was sent late on Thursday from Mr. Scott Cashin that goes into detail rebutting our responses to the comments, and that letter, I believe, was provided to the board that does provide additional analysis to confirm again that there's no significant impact from proceeding with this project as proposed. The one thing to keep in mind is that, and I've said it already, is that there's a 150-year history of agriculture in this area. Our botanist that has worked out here has identified 56 species of just grasses alone, and only 2 native grasses. And his estimate is that less than 1% of that are native grasses, and so it's extremely sparse. So the assertion that there's that this project is going to have a significant environmental impact on wildlife and other species by expanding the riparian corridor from 10 feet to 170 feet, there's no, staff doesn't have any evidence to support that conclusion. And actually our conclusion in the environmental impact report is that there aren't going to be any significant environmental impacts. There is a mitigation monitoring and reporting program in there. So in the event within your packet, so CEQA does require that where there is potential for a significant impact, that those be mitigated. So there are very specific mitigation measures to direct staff how to deal with any discoveries of rare plants or sensitive species that may be encountered. So on the discussion about moving the parking lot and also the concern about having people too close to sensitive resources, one thing that our master plan defines is what a regional park is. Coyote Hills is a regional park, and a regional park, by definition, allows up to 30% development. A regional preserve would allow up to 10%. So here with the regional park designation, we're proposing about 11% of developed area, so we're well below that threshold. The other, one of the assertions in the letters that were submitted and also provided at the PAC and the Board Executive Committee is that the parking lot should be moved to the existing gravel lot along Paseo Padre Parkway. And there are a number of issues that we consider, that staff considered along with the project team in deciding that this is not the best place for it. The first one is preserving the agricultural heritage is one of the key goals that we have with this project. There aren't other places with prime agricultural soils that we have out here. And there's also a agricultural deed restriction that's on this parcel. Taking the programming needs that we have for public access and trying to shoehorn them into this area between Paseo Padre Parkway and the existing ag land wouldn't physically work without encroaching into this area. The other thing is the incompatibility of having the public in an area where there's Paseo Padre Parkway on one side, you have an active ag operation on the other side. I've personally been out there where the farmer's tilling, and there's dust. It's a farm operation. There's going to be dust that's blowing. There's odor from that operation from when you expose the soils and air gets into it. And I've been out there multiple times giving presentations, and the first thing that we do is move away from Paseo Padre Parkways because you can't hear anybody talking in that area. And then there's also odor. Being restrictive of how the farmer can compost to avoid complaints from the public visiting the site could also present some incompatibility issues. And most folks that are visiting Coyote Hills, and we know this from the user survey, they're visiting to go and hike and to get away from a lot of these distractive things. The other thing is for safety. Our traffic engineer has evaluated if we were to formalize access at this gravel lot, what kind of safety issues there would be, and there are safety issues because the driveway is just too close to this busy intersection. And then the other thing is for pedestrian vehicle conflicts, where we have 100 cars coming into this area, we'd be significantly expanding and actually requiring that people walk across the street in order to get to the most popular trail into the park at the Tuivan Trail. And then finally, the scenic corridor designation by the city and county. And I did reach out to city staff to learn more about how restrictive their scenic corridor designation is. And it is very restrictive. The zoning code itself talks about scenic corridors and not allowing long rows of parking and how that parking is situated. And that may not even be permissible when the district moves forward with land use entitlements for developing the site. And so we're at the conclusion of this process. The board is the final discretionary decision-making body for this project. Staff has been successful in getting some funding to pursue implementation with this project. We estimate about half of the cost is going to go towards public access, half is going to go through the habitat restoration, so roughly $5 to $7 million for habitat restoration, the rest for public access. And so far we've secured $1.3 million in grants. There are a number of other grant opportunities related to habitat restoration and public access. There is one land use plan amendment change that I'd like to point out, and that is, I believe it's page 73 or 78. Page 78 of the land use plan amendment, there was an error saying that there was a 30-foot setback from the wildlife platform to the riparian area, and it actually should be corrected to 100 feet. So this is a text change to the land use plan amendment. And the final EIR, the number is correct. So this was just an edit error that was in the plan. With that, the board action today is, number one is to conduct a public hearing for the project, certify the final environmental impact report, adopt CEQA findings, statement of overriding considerations, and that overriding consideration is for the contractor's residence, and then also to adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. And then also to approve the land use plan amendment, which is the project that you have before you here this afternoon. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, Chris?
Thank you, Chris. I just wanted to close out real quick and just mention we have received a number of comments that I know you have all received. I would say those comments have been helpful. We've been able to go back and look at the plan and take a really close look at the location of the parking area, take a look at the trails. We have sat down and met with the Citizens Committee to complete the refuge to make sure that we really understood their comments. And as Chris described, we've gone through a pretty extensive planning process, and we're pretty comfortable with the plan that's before you as being the environmentally superior plan and the plan that best meets the project objectives. I'll just mention, and Chris alluded to this, but there's, this has been looked at by our stewardship department. Doug Bell has been working in Coyote Hills and Dave Renshie for many years. So they read through the comments as well to better understand and make sure that that they were comfortable with it. And just the project consultant team have really extensive experience out in this site. So, so with that, I think we're happy to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Are there any questions before we open the public hearing?
Brian, if I may, before you, I have just a question of staff. Real quick. We're not proposing to put a billboard in the middle of the marshland, are we? Is that a public affairs issue?
That's certainly at the discretion of the board, but no, that's
Okay.
I don't think we're going to go there. That's safe. All right, no questions? Yes, certainly.
Chris, you listed contacts with a variety of people and as an outreach, and you had 90 contacts with Ohlone representatives. So was that every phone call, or was that 90 different people, or because that seemed like a generous number?
That number 90 refers to the comprehensive list that the district currently maintains. So that is a mailing list that we use to the tribal contacts for projects district-wide.
Okay, so those are contacts that you reached out to?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Director Corbett?
Chris, could you just show me one thing just real quickly? You showed us,
You showed us the salinity map?
and you also showed us the proposed ag area. Was there any overlay of that, or I think the salinity map had the entire area? Maybe you could just use your pointer to show the ag area on the salinity map.
Yeah, so this is the salinity map right here.
Yes.
So this is the ag area here. So we have readings in the center of the site and also on the fringe here. So we're showing slightly saline to non-saline throughout most of the site.
And then I had just one other comment, and I think maybe I might have some questions after public comments. In reference to the addressing of the concerns that have been raised by letters, comments we had in executive committee, PAC committee, a few other places, to looking to the response to that, would that be what's included in the EIR responses that specifically give us the sort of the explanation as to why we had certain uses in certain areas? And I'm looking for like this, like there are specific questions asked, I'm looking to see where our answers to these individuals were. And I'm assuming they're reflected in the comment responses of the EIR.
Correct, yeah, the final EIR has a section called the response to comments. So there were actually a number of letters submitted from these same groups, which staff responded to in detail. And that's where the responses can be found. There have been subsequent, there's been subsequent emphasis on some of the comments and even some new issues raised. And those responses are with you today in the memo that was given to you just this afternoon.
Yes, okay, very good, thanks.
Director Coffey?
To be specific on that point, Chris, in terms of the last minute stuff that we received the, and I think Director Corbett was speaking to this in terms of looking for the responses, the Cashin letter, August 30, and then today, dated today, the Citizens Committee to complete the refuge. We've got a memo today. And we've also received then, that I think you're referring to as the response, and I think it's just good to note for the record, the response from Questa, our own consultants, that pretty much address the Cashin concerns and probably the committee's lengthy memorandum that we got today, which we've all had an opportunity to review these documents and responses, and they seem pretty complete to me. Thank you.
So also,
Again, into the microphone.
I'm sorry,
That's
better
okay.
talk louder now.
Well, it's hard to read and talk into it, so make sure you're at the mic.
There was another email from September 3rd suggesting some language with regard to, I guess, harvesting seed and bulbs and forbs on the property. Are you going to address that at some point? What a response to that is?
Received today.
We've got it.
September 3rd.
That's
Yes,
today.
Brian Holt, Chief of Planning, yes.
That's today.
Yes, we will respond to that. Actually touched base with the commenter, Jim Henson, with Native Plant Society before the meeting. I think staff is generally comfortable with the addition of that mitigation, as long as we add in some language there as practical, that we will accomplish that to the extent feasible.
Thank you.
Do you have that specific language? Or are you going to develop it?
President Wieskamp, we will get that specific language.
We have it.
Okay. I'm going to add that I have certainly had no opportunity to read anything that's lying on my desk, and I've been in an executive session, so. I'm not super. Sometimes I wish I would. Yes, Director Rosero.
Yeah, Chris, regarding the expansion of the salsa area from 200 to 1,000 feet, is that a historic range, or is it, or just an attempt to expand that salsa area?
The expansion area is a combination of the riparian woodland, sawsill, and wet meadow. So I should have been more specific on that, but it's the overall higher value habitat that we're targeting.
Okay.
That would be within that 1,700 foot expansion.
And Director Rosario, that salsa was one of the largest in the whole Bay Area. It went all the way up, way where all the business park is now, all the way to Ardenwood and above. It was an incredible willow salsa.
Yeah. Great, thanks for that clarification, because I was going to say willows, they're growing in that particular fashion for a reason, so they're following water sources, but, okay, cool, thank you.
I have one question too. The contractor's building we know is going, if this passes through, and it's agreed that the big concern is about potential native artifacts, possibility even of human remain. What are we going to do after we take the building down in that specific area? Is that something agreed upon with our representative?
Yes, so the plan calls for restoring it. So it would be seeded and grassed and just be blent into the rest of the landscape.
Okay, just nothing other than that. They wanted nothing to indicate more than that.
Correct.
Great, all right, thank you, I think that's important. All right, any other questions? If not, then we are going to go to the public hearing. I will declare the public hearing open, and the clerk of the board will, I think there was one individual who was speaking for more than one person.
Dan, last name starts with an O.
Come on, you
Yeah.
gotta try.
No,
You gotta.
Is that the first individual?
yeah, I'm gonna let him go first.
We're going to let you go first.
Mr. O.
Congratulations.
Director, thank you. My name's Dan On for a sec.
There we
It
go.
took my wife 2 years to say that correctly.
I am sure it did.
Yeah.
That is we stand.
So I'm a member, proud member of the Friends of Coyote Hills, and I'm speaking again as a member for a number of members who cannot attend. This is an original copy of the Terrain 2002 magazine on the Coyote Hills, and I cherish this. It's in pristine condition. And it's important that you know what our whys are for being here. A number of us are here today. And as well as the whys on why we fought for 14 or 15 years for the Patterson Ranch. How you doing, Bob? Patterson, it says inside, the Patterson Ranch supports the largest remaining willow grove in the Bayland system. And that is very, very precious to us, that gem. There's another important quote in here that I want to read as well, that came in 2001 from our original founder, Meg Gleason. The development, which we're talking about the Frisbee development back then, Patterson development, would cause noise, traffic, air pollution, and an influx of domestic animals. Now, I love the Willow Grove, and I want to see it flourish, as I know many of you do, and many behind me do. It's taught me so much, and it's taught my children so much about nature. It actually introduced me to nature quite late in life, in fact. To the point where when we saw the area under attack, 5 of us started the Friends of Coyote Hills. We joined with Citizens Committee to complete the refuge, Wallonia Audubon, and we started a movement, out of 8 people in a room. Our teams worked each week for years. We went to every city council meeting, every planning meeting. We took times away from our family, our friends, our jobs, our hobbies, a couple fights at home. And the reason was how rare this place is and was to us, and specifically how rare the Willow Grove is. That you have, all this talk globally about, the rainforest, and how can that country destroy the rainforest? Yet they look at us and they go, well, you guys did it. But now we have an opportunity to actually expand an ecosystem like this. That's this important. So we dedicated a lot of time to this. We went out in the wind and rain, gathered 15,000 signatures, and I actually missed my father's last birthday to attend a council meeting. Now, we don't want a brownie button or anything like that. In fact, we want to give Bob Doyle and his staff an incredible amount of credit and respect for his dealings with the Patterson family. But I submit to this body that he had a big stick, and we were that big stick, thousands of us that were out there every day, from all the groups. When in 2014 East Bay Regional Park received this donation, we danced, because we knew that you would know just how rare this Willow Grove, this Willow Salso is, and not only its ability to be restored, but to be expanded, and not just north or west, but south. As Bob said, it traveled a long way, and it's the last of its kind. The plan to pave a parking lot to the south with picnic areas would have the same impact, car traffic, human disturbance, and edge effects that we were fighting 20 years ago. All of this planned development needs to be moved to another area in the 306-acre donation. I know it could be hard. You've got an environmental impact report, but it's not harder than 14 years of work day and night. And we are asking, as the groups that help to bring this to you, for you to really seriously consider. I mean, if I could get down there and beg you to move that parking lot away from that gem, why put cement right next to this Willow Grove? I do it. Our goal, I want to be clear here, our goal, speaking from the Friends of Coyote Hills, was not to fight Frisbee. It was not to fight the Patterson family or the city council that was 100% against us. It was to fight cement and the impact of that cement on that Willow Grove. If this plan is improved, we will indeed pick up and do what we can to fight it. We don't agree with it at all. And we hope it doesn't come down to it. We love, the East Bay Regional Park District. We want to continue fighting for lands in the future for you. But we need you to listen to this, to us right now. we're extremely concerned about this parking lot this close to the Willow Grove. I spoke to my family about this weekend, and my daughter had a word that she said back to me that I always say to her, and she said, finish. And that's what I think we need to do. So anyway, thank you. I thank you for your time.
Certainly. Next.
Jim Hansen.
President Wieskamp, members of the board. Thank you very much, Jim Hansen, Conservation Committee Chair for East Bay, California Plant Society. This is a good project, and we're going to ask you to make it a little bit better. We note that, one of our members came to the executive committee that there were, in fact, it says it in the EIR, purple needlegrass, creeping wildfire, California broom were found on site. Now, they weren't surveyed for, and that is in one of our main comments is on comprehensive well-timed surveys. Those weren't done in the north section, and you've heard some reasons why, but they are important. But these grasses were found there, and usually that means there's other good stuff too. So we have asked to include some really simple language that any existing native grasses and bulbs, and I provides comments to the clerk of the board, that are disturbed in discretion started construction will be salvaged, and that grasses, forbs, and bulbs in the planned grassland mitigation area would be marked for protection. Now there's something, and that seed would come locally, because that's real important. I don't have time to go into it, but I learned something today. I have to be very quick about it. We made an assumption when we read Habitat Mitigation Plan that the rootle weeds would be replanted with at least a portion of some performance of native grasses and forbs. And these are pretty simple things too, poppies, the things that, and the grasses that are really part of your Climate Smart initiative, which pump carbon in the soil. Now there's a lot of science around that, still has to be confirmed, but I'm hearing today, and I have to bring this up, that that these would be replanted with annualized weeds, as I understand, or annualized grasses. And I think we really have to look at the definition of a natural unit. We're not looking for pristine, but can't we do, and I would ask your board to include 10% cover in this large grassland area of native grasses and forbs. There's some really easy, low-hanging fruit in the grasses, and I think stewardship would be able to comment on this. I don't want to put Matt on the spot. There's creeping wild rye, there's the Stipropulchra. You've probably heard these. So I did learn something new today that does concern us, and we think it can be adjusted to serve a lot of different goals. So we ask that in addition to this other language, that we do have a 10% cover of native grasses and forbs. It's real doable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Next speaker is Jana Sovale, or Jana.
Good afternoon, Director Wieskamp and members of the board, General Manager Doyle, and staff. Thanks for having us today. I posit the question, why is it that human wants consistently take precedence over the natural environment? Why is it that the Coyote Hills Land Use Plan Amendment places recreational facilities into and directly adjacent to the Patterson Slough Special Protection feature? Why is it that in the future, under the proposed land use plan, when we enter the park, we will no longer be greeted by the expansive view of the willow groves, but instead by the view of potentially as many as 200-car parking lot restroom buildings, and picnic facilities. Why is it that these developments must mar the landscape directly in front of the natural resource we seek to enhance, restore, and preserve? Why must we place these park support facilities directly in front of our view of the deer herd that browses along the Willow Grove? Visitors come to Coyote Hills to escape the built environment, to experience the views of the landscape, to absorb the different textures and colors and movements found in the natural world, to hear the sounds of nature. How will we hear the sounds of the bird calls over the sounds of the cars coming and going from the parking lot, doors slamming, cars alarm ringing by as many as 200 cars? Why is it that the built environment intrudes upon the special protection feature? How will the wildlife living in these lands that have been closed to the public, to public visitation for the past 150 years, respond to this human encroachment? Will these facilities diminish both the visitor experience and the wildlife habitat? These support facilities are more appropriately clustered along Paseo Padre Parkway to preserve the sights and sounds that are afforded by this land donation. This location would connect visitors to the agricultural history by siting the facilities adjacent to the farm buildings and the former fruit stand. The synergy of these combined facilities might work to benefit produce sales, which may actually allow for a profitable fruit stand. Many area residents lament the loss of the farm stand at Ardenwood Regional Park. A farm stand at Coyote Hills would replace this lost community resource and provide a perfect setting for teaching about newer farming methods intended to assist with the challenge of climate change. Please prioritize the protection of the Patterson Slough Special Protection feature above all else within this land donation. Parking can be expanded at the Chert Flat Recreation Area, which is up against the slope in Coyote Hills, and added along Paseo Padre. I don't even know why we need 300 car parking, which is what is proposed between the old land use and the new land use plan. Please be conservative. Give Patterson Slough breathing space that the habitat and that park visitors need to thrive. Keep the new entrance to Coyote Hills unobstructed and unimpacted by the built environment. This is what we really want and need for the benefit of visitors, wildlife, and the land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Corinne, hi.
Good afternoon, President Wieskamp, General Manager Doyle, and members of the board and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. I really struggled with what to say today. Hope I feel like I'm going to get emotional. I'm sorry. I'm here today to express my frustration and deep disappointment with the plan that is being proposed. It's not the number of acres I contest. We're satisfied with that acreage, but I'm frustrated with my inability to effectively convey to the board and staff the unrivaled opportunity that sits before you, something the restoration and environmental community have been dreaming of and fighting for decades, literally since the 80s. Right now, many of us are concerned the hoped-for ecological outcome will be significantly compromised. We have elaborated at length throughout the planning and environmental review process that passive recreation can and does result in significant disturbance to biological resources. And there is a growing body of scientific research that is affirming this. We've provided suggestions of modifications to the plan. Those modifications have not been incorporated. and the negative impacts of the project on wildlife will not be mitigated in any meaningful way. From the mitigation measures that have been proposed are predominantly construction and restoration related impacts or temporary impacts. They do not, in large part, address post-construction impacts, and they're inadequate to ameliorate the adverse impacts of human-related disturbance on wildlife. The FEIR describes additional discretionary actions that could be taken by the board or staff, but provides no basis for identifying how such actions might be triggered, and consequently, it's likely discretionary actions won't be implemented, or if they are implemented, it will be after significant declines in wildlife populations, community composition, or species biodiversity have become glaringly evident. One thing that came up in our review of the FEIR response to comments was it forced us to look back at the original LUP. And one of the things that was mentioned in there specifically was that for the Willow Marsh area, there would be the imposition of strict restriction of access, that there would be, in fact, a gate to prevent unauthorized access to this area, presumably because of the high resource value of that site. And I was just out there walking this weekend. There were people on bikes biking through towards the end of the breeding season for songbirds and other resident birds. So I asked if the protective measures described in the LUPA or the LUP are not being implemented, what can we fall back on if we want protection of biological resources? The other issue that came up that we were unaware of, because we're busy, we forget things, was that the original LUP also suggested or recommended a picnic area by the kiosk. So if that is in fact to be implemented, we would have picnic areas on both sides of the Willow Trail. And I ask if that is really necessary. We're not asking that all public access be removed, but we are asking that the Patterson Slough spur trails and observation decks be removed, and that the Thule Lookout Trail be closed to public access and only open on a seasonal basis. We also urge the board to support relocation of the parking lot, picnic area, and restaurants to the general vicinity of the informal parking lot. We are urging the board of directors to acknowledge the significance of this preservation and restoration opportunity by demanding a plan that will be more protective of the incredible resources that have fallen into your hands. The current project does not achieve balance between restoration, public access, and agriculture. One reason that has been put forth to us when we raise these requests is that because it doesn't meet the project objectives. The best agricultural soils are south of Patterson Ranch Road. We don't dispute that, but to that we reply, there is no place in proximity to the Central or South Bay where we will ever have another opportunity to restore a sizable willow grove surrounded by such a mosaic of habitats. The potential for creating a mosaic of habitats that will sustain biodiversity is unrivaled. Please do not rush to approve the current plan. Please modify the public access features to reduce human-related disturbance impacts. Sorry.
Yep. Next.
Sue Strand.
Hello, everyone. I just want to back up everything that's been said from my fellow members of Friends of Coyote Hills. Wow. I'm another who doesn't see the need for a big parking lot up there. I go to Coyote Hills a lot. It's one of my favorite spots. And believe me, there is parking almost every time. The only time there isn't parking or parking is difficult is when there's a big event going on. But most days, there's plenty of parking. There's plenty of restrooms. I guess people don't like the outdoor restrooms, I don't know. But all those cars, 100, is it 98 or is it twice that number? I only heard 98 today. So I don't know exactly what the answer is, but all those cars parking in there, bringing picnickers, will they have barbecues? Are people gonna cook up there? People are messy. You have, especially when they come in cars, there's trash left behind. A lot of them have children that run wild. They don't really support the environment at all. And you're gonna have to have rangers down there cleaning up after them because many of them don't clean up after themselves. We had our annual picnic over there a couple weeks ago, and it was obvious people don't pick up after themselves. And then they leave food behind. You see all the little animals run in and chow down on food that's not good for them. We don't need a parking lot in the Willow Grove. That is bottom line, mostly all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Linda Ramos.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Linda Ramos. I live in Fremont, just about a mile from Coyote Hills. And so I remember riding my bike along the levee after I learned about the proposed development from Frisbee and the Pattersons, thinking, this time I cannot sit it out. Little did I know I would still be up here pleading with people to protect this area 14 years later. But I guess this is a fight that will never stop. And that's what I'm doing today. As a member of Coyote Hills, Friends of Coyote Hills, I'm affiliated with some of the most remarkable people I've ever met. These are people who are knowledgeable, informed, and experts in this particular area, as much as your consultants and the people who prepared their plan. I respect and acknowledge their efforts, but I also respect and acknowledge the comments of my colleagues. And not only Friends of Coyote Hills, but Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge, and others who have made comments on this plan. So please consider their comments and recommendations the same way you would consider your hired experts, because they've been at this for a long time, and they're coming at it from their hearts. And we're coming at it from people who use this resource all the time. I go out there all the time, like Sue, and I can see it. This staging area by the Willows, as my friend Jana pointed out, do I want to come into this wildlife refuge and that's what I first see? No. Remember, this is supposed to be a refuge for wildlife. And that's what we go out there to see is wildlife. So please consider that. I know you have your priorities, and one is public access, but sometimes you have to put the wildlife first. You actually are the firewall protecting that wildlife from the rest of us who can love it to death. And that's happened in other areas where the public access loves the area to death and it changes it. And it's no longer what we initially had gone there to see in the first place. That's what your charge is, to provide us, the public, with this resource. And this is what we're really there for. So give us access, yes. Protect our access, yes. But remember, if you don't protect that wildlife first, there's nothing there for us to go see. So, you are the decision makers. You are the guardians. And we are the public. And we're here asking you, please accept these are really modest changes we're asking in this plan. They're not big, they're not going to cost you money. They're not going to change the nature of the park What will change it will be accepting of some of the plan's recommendations. So please, protect, preserve, and promote the wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The last speaker is Kelly Abreu.
Well, I'd like to agree that people are messy, the children are wild, and the parks plan will restrict public access to this park, this LUPA. If you read what they're being what's being voted on, it talks about authorize an EIR, and it talks about approve a LUPA. It doesn't really mandate construction of anything. I mean, it could turn out like Mission Peak, where 3 years later nothing ever is built because there was really no mandate to actually do anything or spend any money or dig any dirt or anything. So just a little note there. And then when we talk about, well, we're going to remove that 60-car parking lot and then restore it, it seems like that's quite a project to restore a gravel parking lot and make it into something better. That's quite a challenge, don't you think, to somehow a parking lot, turn it into something more useful. Why not just kind of keep that parking lot? All right, let's take a look at that. I've been spending an hour looking at Google's aerial satellite images. What I see there is that there are 30 cars, on the day they took the picture, there are 30 cars inside the park where people paid for parking. And there are about 200 parking spaces in there, 30 out of 200, that's what, utilization of what, 15%? And then out there at the 60-car parking space, well, I only could find 45 spaces on the Google satellites. So that means 15 spaces are phantom spaces that don't really exist. Because if it's not on Google, it's not real. And if there's 45 spaces and they were almost all full, what does that tell you? 45 versus 30. 45 people parked and for free, and 30 of them are in there in the paid area. What does that tell you? That tells you that there is a value for free access. Our group kind of likes to have people in the children, the messy people, the children, the underclass, the underserved communities. Maybe underclass is the wrong word. The people of color. We like to have them in the parks. And we would like to see free parking. And when the problem is that this lottery system where magically, the operations department will wake up one day and throw some dice or flip a coin and decide whether or not to have free parking that day. Maybe it should be on the internet, or maybe people should know when they're going to have free parking or not, somehow. And then there's the idea of, we're going to have all this contamination from all the agricultural activity right next to that gravel parking lot. And all that dust and all that noise and all that horrible agricultural thing is going to come and contaminate them. I've been to some place called Sunset State Beach. It's on Monterey Bay. It's a lovely place. People go camping there. And it's got strawberry fields right next to it. Strawberry fields. It's called the State Beach. The state of California sponsors a campground, a state park, right next to, and there are these workers, God knows if they're documented, but there are workers, there's fields, there's dust coming out of there into the campground, I'm sure, if the wind is blowing the wrong way. Can you imagine this? And we're worried about, a little bit of agriculture. Those strawberry fields are huge, by the way. And then, okay, so.
You need to wrap it up, please.
So I suggest we try to not restrict public access, try to preserve and try to have a little bit of free parking, try to keep in mind what's really going on here, and take a look at that satellite picture. You'll see that there's really not even 60 cars there. I challenge you. Where's the other 15 parking spaces? There's only 45 parking spaces there. Thank you.
No more.
No more, okay? Here we are.
So I have
You have a question?
I have a suggestion.
Comment?
So Chris, I wonder if you would put the map up again that talks about the uses that we've discussed, and point out where the Willow Grove is and where the flood
The
control
details.
area is, that particular map, so that we're all on the same page looking at it.
Okay. I think this may be the best.
You got a couple of maps, don't you?
Yeah, this graphic shows the park development plan. One thing to point out, just I'll orient folks here.
Yeah, so talk more about the parking, because that's obviously a huge concern.
So the parking would be located, as proposed with the plan, would be located on the north side of Patterson Ranch Road. The Patterson Slough runs this way. What this graphic doesn't show, this shows the area restored, so there's a lot more green being showed here than what exists today. Patterson Slough along this area currently is about 200 feet wide coming through here. It's flanked on both sides by wet meadow soils, followed by really weedy upland grasses.
So where's the extent of the Willow Grove now? On this
About
map?
200 feet.
Chris, do you have the aerial?
Yeah, it shows there.
That one's probably
Kind of
best.
it.
So this is Patterson Ranch Road here, Paseo Padre Parkway. These are the existing buildings. This is the area where we're talking about restoring the Paseo Padre frontage with the 20-car lot. This is the contractor's residence that's encroaching into the existing riparian area. This is the 200-foot wide band coming through here. This is an existing road that runs up and runs along the riparian zone. And one of the wildlife overlooks is proposed to be 100 feet from the slough here. And that's related to the text change revision clarification that I mentioned earlier. The parking lot would be located here. And just to clarify, it's a 98-car parking lot. There is what's called an open use area that can be used for park maintenance. It could be used for vegetation management, like a laydown type of area. That's the open use area. It could also be used for large events as well. If the Friends of, or if the Ohlone people, for example, the large event out there, park staff could open up and use it for that purpose as well. So that may be where the 200 car number comes from, is if the open use area were combined with the 98 car lot. So
But you're saying there is no intention of using that for parking as such? That's
correct.
not the intent.
The area that's designated for park use is 98 parking spaces.
So where's the current Willow Grove on that?
The current willow, well, this is the riparian area. There are pockets of willows that run along here, but the historic Willow Grove flanked both sides of this riparian area here.
But Director Lane, the existing Willow Grove is the dark green. It's Patterson Slough. It's almost a reverse S. That's it.
Okay.
And so the parking lot's here. The staff did look at the potential of moving the parking further in this direction, but it becomes wetter down here. There would be regulatory permitting issues to move the parking lot into the wetland. There'd be impacts to waters of the U.S. And then moving the parking lot closer this direction would just bring it even closer to the riparian area here, shown in this dark shaded, kind of shadowed area here. The area over here is the gravel lot, and there's been a lot of discussion about moving the parking across the street over to this area, and that's where I outlined a number of issues having to do with safe ingress and egress from this parking lot. When we first received the donation, it was clear right from the get-go that access into that gravel lot is problematic. It can fit about 60 cars as it is now. And if you look across the street on Commerce Drive, a lot of folks that are trying to avoid paying for parking, when this 60-car lot fills up, it actually, cars park on Commerce Drive as well.
So is the access now where the access is planned to be, or have we shifted it?
The access to the parking?
Yeah.
So
The access from Paseo Padre. Is it that same location?
The entrance is the same.
Yeah, the entrance to the park would still be from Patterson Ranch Road off Paseo Padre Parkway. But the main place to park would be this new 98-car lot here off to the north of Paseo Padre, or to the north of Patterson Ranch Road, and not along the frontage there.
And in terms of plans for expanding the Willow Groves, what are those plans?
So
Can you show us
the,
the map that shows that?
this map is actually really good because this
Okay.
red dashed line
Oh,
here
red line.
shows, this is when I said 1,700 feet, it's this distance here. So within the interior part of this dashed black, red highlighted line would be the main restoration area. So it would include the Willow expansion, it would include Wet Meadow expansion, and also some tree plantings. And then on the outside portions here on this side of the red line, so these are the upland areas, this is where it would transition to Oak Savanna.
So if I may, to
Sure.
go deeper into what Beverly was doing. So the total acreage of Willow Salsa to be expanded is about what? Bert, you have like how many acres are there now and how many we're gonna expand? In a range?
By that exact habitat type, we have them aggregated.
By
I
acres?
have to pull that out.
Okay.
It's probably around 140 acres.
Okay, and the total acreage on that north side is how much?
On that north side, I have to turn to 112 acres on the north
112.
side.
And how big is the parking lot?
The parking lot itself, just for the parking is 1.5 acres, including the picnic and the overlook.
Okay, so acre and a half out of that total amount.
If you include the open use area, it gets upward to, what's the number, Jeff?
Well, if you include the open use area and you need to have a stormwater facility for the paved parking lot, and we have landscape berms and other things to protect the parking lot from the slough visually, 4-foot-high landscape berms. We have all of that together, depends on final design, is 4 or 5 acres. The paved part of the parking lot, a lot of that is kind of native landscaping associated with the.
Sorry, let me
I think
introduce,
just
this
get
is,
somebody to the microphone, I mean, it's too
this
difficult.
is Jeff Peters,
Yeah.
our consultant, so I'll just repeat what Jeff
All right.
just said more or less. So it's 1.5 acres with the parking, but once you include the stormwater facilities to receive the runoff, the open use area, it's closer to around, the developed area is closer to around 4.5, 5 acres in that area.
But approximately 1 to 1.5 acres is developed.
All those areas, the way we perform the calculation, when I said that 11% of the park would be developed, it would be included within that. So that includes stormwater facilities, anything that needed to be paved, concreted, rocked,
Okay.
or
All the time.
restored for the restoration, for the public access.
I just wanted to repeated something that the GM, I just wanted to have repeated something the GM asked for. So, Chris, how many acres did you say there would be of Willow with the additions? Not the right maps on there.
Do you
I know
need
it's
a minute to look that up?
it's 200 feet across now. It'll be 1,700 feet across with the restoration or the addition.
It's a lot.
So I'm just asking how many
Okay.
acres total of Willow will there be?
Give us the willow.
So table 7-1 in the land use plan describes the range of acreages.
Give the page number.
So that's on
I just want
page
the
number,
I just want the number.
Chris, we just need the number.
okay, 65 acres just for the willows.
Additional.
Yes,
And what exists now? Approximately.
If you don't know, that's fine.
yeah, I don't
If
have
you
the
don't know,
exact
that's
number.
fine.
It's 11.5.
There we
Okay,
go.
so Jeff Peters, consultant / designer, is saying it's going from 11.5 acres
Existing.
to up to 65 acres.
Total.
Thank you.
Is that additional or total including the 11 and a half?
I don't recall that. I think
Okay,
it
your mind's
includes
working
it.
pretty well. Probably includes it. My goodness. Where are we at this stage?
Okay,
Anybody on the board?
so would you go over again, the reason for having the parking lot north as opposed to south of Patterson? You know, we're all used to it being south, you know, and so this is a shift for us.
Take us back and look at the map that shows the parking lot as you designed it.
Okay, this is the parking lot as designed. So this is located on the north side of Patterson Ranch Road. So the reason why it's located on the north side of Patterson Ranch Road is that it's already disturbed land. So from a regulatory permit standpoint, we wouldn't have to get Army Corps of Engineers permit. There's also adequate buffer from the sensitive resource, which is Patterson Slough. There's a 200-foot band around here. There will be a minimum 100-foot buffer between Patterson Slough and these improvements. And our expert, Sam McGinnis, PhD, he's a professor emeritus with CSU East Bay, and he's literally written the book on endangered species and has specific experience in this area. I've been working out here for more than 30 years, has carefully reviewed the recommended setback buffer and believes that it's adequate. So the location of the parking lot is on the north side of Patterson Ranch Road. The other rationale for having it on the north side of Patterson Ranch Road is the main trail into the park is the Tuibun Trail. And currently with this unofficial parking lot here, these park visitors do cross Patterson Ranch Road to get onto the Tuibun Trail. So there are vehicle, pedestrian, and from a design standpoint, that's not ideal. Usually we try to minimize conflicts where vehicles need to cross pedestrian paths. The other issue is the access. Maybe let me change the graphic here to this one. This shows it better. Okay. So the other issue with moving the 98 car lot here along with the other amenities is that it just won't fit. It will have to encroach into this agricultural area here. At most, we could fit about 1.5 acres of improvements into this area. The other issue is safety. Paseo Padre Parkway is designed like a freeway with cars coming out off of this at high speed. And right now, cars coming in and out of this gravel parking lot, right now this is gravel, it's just unsafe because you have these user conflicts with vehicle conflicts trying to come out of here, some trying to come in. And normally traffic engineers like to see driveways set back further away from major roads like this.
Would you show me the northern parking lot again? The northern parking lot again, Mr. Martin? Yeah, so tell me about, so you've got the kiosk there, right?
Yes.
And this is a little ways west of Paseo Padre, so you don't see it from Paseo Padre, right? I mean, the parking.
Correct.
Really. So people will be able to go in through the kiosk, or they can skip the kiosk? How does the controls work with the kiosk?
Correct, so if park staff is collecting the fee, then this gate would be closed.
Oh, I see.
And then cars would come here, pay their fee, and continue straight either into the visitor center parking or park here if they want to access the trails on this eastern part of the park. If park staff is not collecting the fee, they open this gate and then cars can drive in and come out either access point.
Okay, and does the restroom need to be in that corner, or could it be further to the west, which would be further away from the willow groves?
The restroom, I believe, could be relocated within, yes, the answer is yes, it could be relocated. So going through.
Wait, go ahead.
Okay, so the other, because board member Lane asked for more explanation for why we chose that site. So the other reason is the compatibility of uses. So I mentioned that there's noise that comes from Paseo Padre Parkway, and situating the parking here would expose these people to all the noise from Paseo Padre Parkway in close proximity to the existing ag operation, along with the odors that come along with that. And then the scenic corridor designation. So a new development, this requires a discretionary approval from the city of Fremont. A new development coming into this area would need to comply with the city's general plan, which designates this as a scenic corridor. The county also designates it as a scenic corridor.
And Director Lane, if I may give some information on that, one of the principal battles over prior development, of which these great people who fought so hard to preserve the Patterson property know very well, was the concern about having houses in front of the park and blocking the views. Cars are also an impediment to that view. And I guess I would like to make some comments when the questions are done, because I've got 30 years of involvement in this park. But I do think the context of the rest of the park is important, as well as the new part of the park, which is destination to visitor center and to the other picnic areas is very important. No matter what you do here, you're going to have increased traffic up that road into the interior of the park. You're not going to make that go away, it's going to increase. That's the main road into the park, parking lot or no parking lot. So I think relationship with the parking lot, that's important. And then the final thing on that piece of the parking lot, it was not our idea to have the ag conservation easement on that property. It was a requirement of the city of Fremont. We argued over it. We thought it was too restrictive. We said, we'll put ag somewhere, and that's where the easement is. It's an actual deed restriction on the property because the city of Fremont has always wanted to preserve the agricultural history there. Agriculture is dusty, it's noisy, it's messy, it has pumps that pump water, it has harvest equipment. And so putting the parking lot right literally in the edge of that farmed area is a problem for the farmer as well as the people in their cars. So that's another constraint. Yes, we can do that. We can certainly probably do that within the ag easement, I'm not sure. But it is going to create a problem for the farmer, and it's going to be a constant complaint issue for people parking in that parking lot, because it's literally next to the disc farmland. It's part of the farmland, actually. It's part of that easement. I'm not even sure we can put a parking lot on top of where that ag easement is. But that's just another constraint.
Okay, Director Corbett?
So I hope I'm not going too far off track when I ask this question. I know obviously we're discussing this particular land use, but isn't there a parking lot further up the road before the visitor center? To the left, those large areas?
Yes, yeah, there's an overflow parking lot up in that area, and there's also a regular day use parking, if Ops wants to confirm that. Yeah, so Jim O'Connor is identifying that as the church flat parking lot.
Are there any environmental issues connected to that particular piece of land? Is there an option of expanding that parking lot?
It's pretty well expanded up against the hill and to the edge of the wetland. It doesn't always fill up, but we anticipate, again, this is a long-term land use plan, we anticipate more people. We're trying to accommodate them for the future, all people. And that parking lot is pretty popular now. It's a major trailhead to the rest of the trail system.
I don't know which question to ask next, but this question will be, obviously, in our other parks, we do sometimes restrict access and use from time to time based on concerns about nesting and et cetera. A lot of our parks, we put up signs and restrict people and dogs and lots of things. So do we have, is that something that we contemplate in this area too? Restrictions of use during nesting periods?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I actually didn't include that in my presentation, that the restored areas would be natural sensitive resource protection areas under Ordinance 38, so would not be able to be accessed and could be enforced by our police. And the plan calls for seasonal closures of trails as needed. Our stewardship department does consider our resources, especially for these sensitive resource areas, and they could close trails seasonally as needed to protect biological resources.
And now I'll ask the other question. Obviously, in reading through, one of the reasons I asked the question earlier about our response to the various questions that have been raised at the various different levels, either by responses to the EIR, or questions asked at meetings, PAC or otherwise, was that I wanted to make sure, I mean, obviously, when an EIR is drafted, recommendations are made because in weighing and balancing the various different concerns and interests and stewardship issues, all that, recommendations are made versus some other recommendation, right? So everything that I read here obviously suggests this as the best alternative based on looking at other places where a use could be had. And you discussed some of these with regard to the wetlands a little further up the road and all that. So I guess my question again, even though I'm sure you would feel that it's answered because we haven't drafted the AR in front of us, is that are there any other opportunities or options? I just asked about one, whether there's an opportunity to expand a different parking lot that might not be so environmentally sensitive. I'm sure you probably, thought about this in all of our experts in the drafting of this, but I guess I just ask one more time, are there any other options for 98 parking spaces? And why did we land on 98 parking spaces? I'm sure that's been answered too. I'm sure that's determined on the type of use we believe the place will have. But are there any other options for 98 parking spaces, I guess?
So I'll give it my best shot at responding to that question. It's a good question, and the different areas for where parking can be located was evaluated when we were looking at the opportunities and constraints of the site. And it was determined that basically what we're talking about this afternoon is that the parking could either be on the north side of Patterson Ranch Road, or it could be located south of Patterson Ranch Road, somewhere near where the agriculture is located. There weren't any other locations because if you go further south, that's where the flood control facility is at. Our ability to design or construct anything down in the southern sector of the project where flood control has their project is limited because our agreement says that they will allow us to use their trails for public access, but there's nothing in there that we can build a staging area and other kinds of development amenities. And then the ag area, if it's not somewhere where we've just been talking about, it would have more impact on the ag operation itself by bisecting it or putting users in even closer proximity to the ag use. And further this direction, it's just too wet. We would have impacts to the waters of the U.S. So this whole area here that's next to the flood control facility is just not developable. And then we also considered the north area here, which we wouldn't have access for. It would have much more environmental impact if we developed staging on the north side, because then we'd have to develop a road through all this habitat that we're proposing to restore. And then we don't have access from Ardenwood Boulevard either, next to what the city and school district hopes to be a future school facility, but that's probably a decade or more off. Looking at other areas, buying land not on our, across the street from Paseo Padre, we didn't consider that as being a reasonable alternative in our planning process, because when we started, our objective was to plan public access within the 306-acre park expansion area. We reviewed the current 2005 land use plan, and it's a great plan, and it's actually what Design and Construction is using in their visitor center study, so it's still valid, it's still good. But we, acknowledging the demand for public access, as General Manager Doyle shared, there's a need to provide parking in this park expansion area. So that, in a nutshell, hopefully, that's how we've narrowed it down to this particular location.
One of these days I will. Yes.
So I also know that on days when we have large events, like days of the Ohlone Gathering, for example, that's one day when a lot of people come to the park. As I recall, there are overflow parking spaces, areas. So I'll just ask one more time, and thank you for the very thorough answer. But are there any other spots within the park that we may use for overflow now, or anything else besides on this particular envelope of land, further up the road or otherwise, where we might be able to find some additional parking?
I'm not familiar enough with the overflow parking locations for large events like that, so I don't know if either.
She means by the visitor center, and it's fairly
Yeah,
small.
those parking lots frequently are filled with school children and buses and the interpretive center and those uses at both the museum and interpretive center, or the day use. That also is not a part of this plan. This plan, we'd have to, if we wanted to grade a hill and reopen another spot that's out of the wetland portion, we'd have to do the whole environmental impact work on reevaluating the older land use plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Director Corbett, Brian Holt, Chief of Planning, I just wanted to mention that part of the interest here in locating parking sort of on this site, and on this part of the property, is there's already an existing demand for people to park in this area. When we received the property, there was the informal parking area that's still used and is used pretty heavily, regularly 70 or so cars in that lot. So there was an idea that if that area went away, we needed to accommodate parking somewhere else on there. And I'll just mention just something that Jeff Peters had also mentioned to me. Part of the reason why the site was, for this parking area, the 1 acre, was identified was that the soil types and whatnot there won't support willow restoration actually on that site, and they've been having test plots out there, and willows haven't been succeeding. So this is an area that wouldn't be suitable for restoration, including in the restoration areas. So as it's an existing, previously developed area, they felt that that was a good site for that. So just offering that.
Okay, if the other directors have more, I'd like to have a chance. I've spent a fair amount of time out there and certainly appreciate all that the gentleman there did in getting to this process and all of the citizens who worked on it. I'd like to see the parking lot again. I really don't want to see it, but I'd like to see it, please. Why couldn't we move the open use area up so there is a greater buffer for the parking lot? That would be up. Can we reconfigure this parking lot so that we can have a greater buffer from the willow area? And is that
As it's,
well, no, I'm talking about there's an open use area there. Flip that over above.
Yeah.
Change it, reconfigure it, make it more linear. I don't care how you go about doing it, but get a buffer that's bigger. It may not be what everybody wants, but I'm thinking as a suggestion to try to make it something better from other perspectives.
So Director Wieskamp, what you're suggesting is basically try to move it south, squish it.
Yes. Have it safe, but have it linear. In that open use area, move over. We've already said we can move the restrooms. You can gain, I don't know how much space, but somebody could figure that out fairly quickly as a bigger buffer. It's not maybe a perfect solution. And as for native grasses, I don't see why we can't work with the society to do that. You gotta do something out there. I agree. I think the gentleman said he didn't ask for pristine. He just asked for a mix that would allow native grasses an opportunity to grow there, and we'll assume some volunteers might help us on that. So I would like to throw that into the mix as a possibility. I feel I have a commitment to the Pattersons on the agricultural land. Organic farming, we're spending a fair amount to redo the wells so that can happen. So I'm committed to making that organic farming. And I think a lot of people in the city of Fremont and Newark particularly are interested in organic farming. Would like to see that happen there, and that's educational too. I think for a lot of kids who don't know where corn comes from or whatever, pumpkins, they've seen enough across the street. So I'm committed to making that happen if it's possible. And I think this board has showed their commitment with the well and all the rest of it. But I believe people need to have access to this area. They need to be able to go in there and enjoy walking by the shoreline, going and looking. I've been there when there were fish leaping up and down, and I was just absolutely amazed. It's an important area for the business community across the street. I've seen them walking over there. And this is one of the few places I've seen where people aren't on their stupid phones. They're actually walking and looking and talking to each other. So to me, it benefits those people in the business community. It benefits the locals. And our staff cares about nature as much as anybody else. And I really think we want to do the right thing. But I hear you, and you would like a buffer. And if we can make that happen, I want to do it. If the rest of the board agrees with that. And I would certainly like the native grasses to go in there. And I like the idea of the farm stand. Maybe a few more parking spots could be added there safely and still meet with the city corridor rules. Because I think Fremont deserves us to go by what they consider important, and I certainly appreciate city corridor rules. And those are my suggestions at this stage. Dee, I don't think you've had any input either. What's your thinking?
You know, sometimes when you get a gift, they always come with constraints.
They keep giving.
And I think, just looking at this plan, I think we've made the best of with the constraints. I think we're going to see the parking lot aside. I think because of the restraint of the agricultural preservation to the south, and that's probably the only place you can put a parking lot. And then the fact that we're going to be expanding the Saucil area by almost double, I think that's a good thing. But again, we're just dealing with constraints. I mean, City of Padre, we've got ag, so I think this plan incorporates everything that we can to expand it in favor of natural resource. And I think seasonal closures will enhance that, definitely. And I think what was pointed out in the executive committee, where that there is flexibility in what goes into the plan, what doesn't. I mean, there's a possibility of maybe one or two of the platforms don't get built, depending on what staff sees as far as wildlife reaction. So it's an adaptive plan. I think it's a good plan. It's the best we can do with the constraints that we have.
Do you have any problem with their looking at redoing the parking lot to some degree to make it more?
No, I think whatever we can do to massage, to make it even more pliable.
You have massage your parking lot?
The better.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I was thinking maybe you could, flip the open use area with
Oh,
the big
certainly.
area.
I agree. But you maybe could drop it down a
Yeah.
bit, and that combination would get, I don't know, a buffer probably quite a bit. Somebody would maybe figure that out to add to the buffer. Director Coffey, did you have something you'd like to add?
Just that I agree with you, our president, completely. I support
My
your
gosh,
recommendation.
agreement.
And just before we continue this, the staff would like to request a break
You
and
know,
see
I
if
am
we
thinking
can
a
huddle and
break would
absorb
do
some
us
of
all a
these
lot of
questions.
good. My legs say yes,
Okay.
and some other part of my anatomy. So, all of you who would like to move around, let's take a 15-minute break, give staff a chance to do some configuring, and all of us to move. Okay, we'll reconvene after the break, and who from staff has?
President Wieskamp, I will start.
All right, good.
And I will need Chris up at the podium, so he can go to the overview map
All right,
that shows the trail system.
all right.
You can do that. You'll fix me.
Yeah.
Okay, I think this is
I
the
think that
best.
probably works. So first of all, I want to really thank the Friends of Coyote Hills and Citizens to Complete the Refuge and all the people that worked for over a decade on this. As I mentioned, I've been working on this little puppy for 25 years. What I recall in all the evenings and all the meetings at some of your houses was a huge concern over the development of the Patterson property, and in particular, the views of Coyote Hills. And that's not the focus today, but the context is the views of Coyote Hills having, at some point, there were 180 townhouses in the area that we're talking about restoring for the willow salsa. And I think I said salsa. I didn't mean that. And although we could share some later. And that was a battle that we didn't know we were going to win. And the passion that is here today has lasted all that time, and I really respect that. But I also think the context of this is one of the largest restorations in the district's history. And I think that was kind of diminished in comments today, and the focus was the 1.5 acres of upland that is farmed upland where we would put a parking lot. And I understand that that's something that you find very unfortunate, but we're restoring a huge area at a very big public cost. And we serve at the Park District. The reference was that this is a refuge. The refuge is actually south. This is a regional park. It's a regional park that protects wildlife, protects the shoreline, but also protects people as a refuge. The comment was made that people need a refuge too. The people are coming. We need to put them in the best place we, as park planners, can find. That Paseo Padre, the Paseo Padre entrance is the entrance to that entire park. It's the main entrance to the park. From a park planning standpoint, we really do care about how you enter the park. It may not have a habitat issue, and people say it's a gravel lot, go put stuff there. But for any park, including all the way to the national parks and state parks, the entrance of the park is a statement about the park. So that entrance is important. We actually condemned in court Patterson Road into the park 30 years ago and built that road, put utilities in the ground, put drainage systems in the ground to serve the rest of the park. And so that road's going to be the road, the entrance to the park. It's going to have a lot more people. It's going to be a lot of traffic there. We also think that there are people who will be happy to be further out and be able to just enjoy the trails and the open space or run through the park. But a lot of people can't do that. A lot of people want to get closer into the park. The majority of that wetland to the west of the Patterson property is owned by Alameda County Flood Control. It's as much a flood control basin as it is a wetland and park. So we can't do that much there. I really think that the staff would be very open on the parking lot to see if we can come back, approve the project today and the EIR, come back with a design review on a future parking lot that shifts the restroom, that shifts the parking lot as close as we can to the road and more into the west. The only thing the staff needs of that flat open space that makes that area bigger is we need a laydown area to do the restoration. We don't want to, we want the equipment and things we're doing there until that habitat gets established, then we could even restore that area. But we're gonna have, this is a massive amount of willow planting and restoration on this site, and if we're gonna do native grasslands, if we're gonna do native plants, we're gonna have to do, it's a big garden. It's not natural. The willows, salsa went away a long time ago. We're creating something that no longer exists. It's been farmed for 100 years. If it made sense, we would look at going further south in the ag area, but that commitment was made that that's going to be the ag area, and we really don't believe that the public's vehicles coming to visit our park should be intermixed and right next to where we're dusting and grading and doing. Yes, it's going to be organic, there won't be pesticides, and I want to comment on that. This property, 30 years ago, was broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and cauliflower, and it was powdered constantly. That's not going to happen anymore. It's going to be, and so even the crops we grow could be beneficial crops to migratory waterfowl. We don't have to grow expensive crops there. We can rotate that, and sometimes we can leave it fallow to actually create more seasonal bird habitat, more songbird habitat by what we grow there. It's done all over the state of California. So it's not a loss of habitat in that ag area 100% either. I think that the concerns over the disturbance of the willow restoration area to the north by having where you see the star, and I think, Chris, you can point this out with your pen, where the star is on the north side, that trail, which dead end, should be eliminated, right? It should be the loop trail only. That spur with a viewing platform should be eliminated. It's a deeper penetration in the restoration. It just doesn't need to be there. The staff is also willing to eliminate the other viewing platform that also penetrates into the restoration. We will still have other places for wildlife viewing. They're in the south, and they're in the existing park, and there's a trail where we could have a mound that you'd be able to see. Part of the issue that I understand now from staff, from the comments, is that if you're going to put a viewing platform, it's going to be an attraction for other people to eat lunch up there. So it is going to attract more people than just a viewing trail. So I think the staff would like, and it's not going to make everybody happy, but to look at redesign of the actual physical development of the parking lot, same general location, but make it a little bit further south, closer to the road, and a little bit more west. And make a commitment that that extra flat area that was in there, which could be used as a parking expansion, be evaluated for restoration and not used in the future. And take out the spur trail and take out the viewing those two viewing platforms, but leave the rest. I think that's in the spirit of compromise. I know the passion that people fought to preserve this property, but it is a regional park. This is a huge restoration project. $5 million alone for the restoration side, another $5 million for the other improvements. But we also serve the public, and we serve children. Not all children are uneducated, and part of our mission is to do environmental education. This is one of the premier flagship places of the East Bay Regional Park District to do environmental education. And it's not just birding, which is a big part of that. It's cultural. It's Native American. It's history. And I think that we have to look at the whole park. And that attraction for environmental education, so we have people in the future that are bird watchers and care about the environment. And I get a little concerned when I hear that there's a sense that young people, we were all young once. And thank goodness I had a great biology teacher and a great birder. But I really respect so much work that's gone into this, so much fight. And I just hope that that acre and a half, with a little bit of tweaking here, can be something giving back to the public without seeing that it's ruining a huge restoration project, because I certainly don't believe it does. And I certainly do care about the comments that were made. And I'm passionate about it too. But I really think staff has worked really hard, and I don't want to be defensive, but I don't know any other staff that cares more about the parks that they're planning and designing and working in than our staff at the East Bay Regional Park District. And I know they care, and I know we have good biologists here. So those are the comments. If the board would entertain those as part of an amendment, I think Carol can put that into the resolution, if you're willing to consider those.
Let's see if we have more comments from the board. And certainly they can comment on what you have just given as suggestions for change. Anyone? Beverly, did you have something?
Yes, I had a couple of things. I really appreciate all the work on this land use plan, and I think it's a good example of how land use plans need to be done. Well, this is an amendment, and it has taken quite a while, I will say. What the board has been asking staff to do is finish their land use plans, because we have a few that have been here for quite a while. And I was looking for the responses to comments, and I took your recommendation to look at the website, Chris. And I'm not the most technical person in the world, but I found it, and I found all of the documents and all of the almost 500 pages of response, and was along with some reports, and lost my weekend, right? Because there was plenty to be read. So I really appreciate the work that you put in on it, and I appreciate your putting these things on the website. It saves paper, and I think what we've all talked about is wanting us to be transparent. And if the board is reading things probably for the first time on the website, then anybody in the public can do that. And I think that's a very constructive thing, so thank you for that. I've been to this park quite a bit myself, and although I don't live as close as some of you do, I'm sure. And I have always been struck by the number of people who do park outside, so they don't have to pay. But the number of people who want to start sort of near Paseo Padre and walk in is really something to see. I mean, on and off, I've seen a few people, and I've seen a lot of people. And I think this is a really fabulous park. It's one of our most extraordinary ones. And so it's important for us to pass this today. And it's important for us, I know it may seem like a lot of cars in the parking lot, but what we are seeing is people are discovering regional parks and other parks, and they're coming. And they're coming in large numbers. And if somebody sends out these social media, they're coming in really large numbers. And so we need to plan ahead to accommodate people. And I guess there's a development happening across Paseo Padre, which may also mean a lot more people in this park. And so since it's a land use plan amendment and we don't do these very often, we need to think about what will be needed in 15 and 20 years. So I was very interested in hearing what folks from the Friends said, and I know how hard you worked on it. I really appreciate that. But what we have here is we have a restoration, we have urban agriculture, we have public access, and we have flood control. And it may seem like 306 acres is a lot of acres, but that's a lot of uses to put into 306 acres, and at the same time accommodate what the elevations and water are like. So I thought our discussions were really pretty interesting here. For myself, I think that these observation platforms are really a wonderful element for people. And so I'm comfortable eliminating the furthest north one, but maybe not the next one, because I want people to be able to see what's going on there. And absolutely, sometimes people are a messy group, as far as I'm concerned, but not everybody. And I think it's very important for us to get the public to see these things and to be educated about it, and for us to bring our children to see that and our grandchildren. So what I'm hearing here is that we would like to have more native grasses. We would like to do some reconfiguration of the parking lot. And we do want to eliminate the viewing platform. You're talking about both of them, but I'm not inclined at this point to do two of them myself. I can see the northern one, but not necessarily the...
Would you like feedback back from the rest of the board?
Western one. And so those are my comments.
Okay. Thank you, Director Lane. Director Coffey.
I just want to chime in here in support of Director Lane's comments and the GM's comments. I would prefer that we keep both those viewing platforms. I view those viewing platforms as the future creation of the firewall that has been spoken of. It's not us. We're not the firewall. Our current advocates are not the firewall. The firewall are the kids that are going to go with families and really, really enjoy those observation platforms. I know I did. And I know my kids loved boardwalks where we immerse these kids, not just in a park, in a marsh, in a habitat, with the birds and with the wildlife. We immerse them in it, they're engulfed by that habitat, and they learn to love it and love the concept of it and dedicate themselves to becoming environmental advocates that 20 years from now will support the taxes we seek to buy more of that land and to preserve and restore more of that land 20 years from now. It's for those generations that we should keep these features like those observation platforms into these plans.
Okay. Did you agree with the comments from our general manager?
Fully, without exception.
Fully is fine. I'll accept a short answer anytime. Director Corbett.
Thank you very much. Specifically with regard to the proposal by the general manager and the staff, thank you so very much for huddling and coming up with some ideas that address some of the concerns raised today and the additional protections of the Sausal. I don't really have strong feelings about. I think it is a good idea to decrease the number of the observation platforms because of the intrusion into the area. I don't have a really strong issue about whether we take two away or one away, but More specifically, I think what I have heard that I want to make sure that we address in whatever way possible is not having access in areas to the Salso where there shouldn't be access to the areas of the Salso. So whether that means less platforms, maybe that's one issue. Whether we have something very specific and more concrete in writing about limiting seasonal access to parts of that area. I think that in order for people to understand, I trust the Park District that we're going to put in those restrictions because I know we do that everywhere else, but just to see that maybe a little more in writing and concrete. And also, if there's any other areas around the Salso where maybe there should be gates or fences, I heard some comments during our short break that there might be bikes in areas where they're really not supposed to be right now. So in other words, what we're striving for, whether it's by reducing platforms or anything else, we're doing what we can, whatever we can, to protect that really important nesting area. So, making sure there's no spaces where people can get in behind where they shouldn't and those sorts of things. So that's what's more important.
Director Corbett, I think any seasonal closure would require the ability to close it off early on in wherever that trail is, so they're not walking out and then they get a sign that says rest of trail closed. So I think that would be something in the final design that we'd have to show where those points would be if we're gonna, and what trails should be seasonally closed.
Yeah, so further protections to guard against disturbances in the area where we can and where we should. And obviously I do agree that having a place where people have the opportunity to view wildlife makes a difference in the stewardship capabilities of those future generations. So I think that is important too. So, and also, of course, moving the parking lot or reconfiguring it. I'd like to see it over in the church area myself. But what we can do to move that's important to me too. So thank you for, moving the needle on that. And then I want to just say one more thing about the what some people refer to as weeds. We've heard weeds. I really, also referencing Director Lane's comments, I think it's extremely important because of other things we've been talking about recently, that we do what we can to replant in areas things that are native and more native, because they will seed and reseed, and it'll take years and years and years and years, but much better that we have, needle grass and brome as opposed to some other sort of grass that's reseeding that we decide we don't like or it's ugly, it's not native, and then we have to pull it or spray it or whatever. So whenever we can in this plan, I would really like to see, a very strong push towards, for replanting something, why aren't we replanting natives? So I just think that's important, and it's getting us further down the road in this discussion and debate we've been having about IPM, right? So if we're planting something that's native and we don't have to pull it, or spray it, then let's let that grow and take over the area. And I know there's limitations to that too, but I think you got the point. But I hope that we can do more native planting.
I think the staff is committed to working with Native Plant Society to do exactly that, recognizing that this is very fertile soil, so it's going to want to grow everything that blows in there. So that's just a challenge for us on the long-term management of the native plants. But we want to work with the Native Plant Society. I think the staff's committed to that.
But overseeded and reseeded. And I just want to make one quick last comment. I do want to recognize the hard work as well of this of our citizens who have come to this meeting, and I've seen them year after year after year, and then I represented, long before I ever knew I was going to be on the park board, I represented this area, and I remember the meetings and the burning into my brain that map of the church and the houses and and all that. And in fact, when I was going door to door about 17 years ago for some other reason, that was the number one thing people would ask me about when I went door to door, especially in that area. And so I just want to appreciate their efforts and their tenacity, and all the work that you do. Friends of Coyote Hills and Habitat is Home program you do with, I haven't forgotten that, that you do with the children. Thank you for the work that you are doing too to develop the stewards of the future. So it's been a long time, but I mean, today we're focusing on some specific issues, but in addition to that, just to know that that housing development is not going in, wow, whoever thought that was going to happen a few years ago, right?
They did.
So that's just, they did. It's pretty amazing. So put yourselves in. Thank you.
Dee.
I too want to congratulate all the work that you've done in the past, and I wholeheartedly support the amendment as proposed by General Manager Bob Doyle. I think those platforms probably won't be needed because as that area expands, there'll be plenty of other opportunities to observe the wildlife there. But that having said, people are going to come to our parks. Our parks are loved to death already, and we're having more babies, not less. And if my sources are correct, I believe that Google is looking to expand and along Paseo Padre, and you're looking at possibility of 5,000 employees moving across the street. So I think we have. I think this is a good. Again, this is a good plan. I think the amendments as proposed is a good compromise, and I think let's go forward.
All right, I think, do we need to address the platforms today? There seems to be mixed.
I think it's before the board to I think Beverly may want to entertain a motion, and I know that Director Coffey felt very strongly to keep as many as possible. The staff recommendation would be to eliminate, originally was to eliminate both of them. We're happy if you want to just eliminate the one to the north, but that includes elimination of that spur trail as well. It's not just viewing platform, it's that dead end trail that goes into the really close to Patterson Slough. So it's up to the board.
First of all, I would like to say that Director Coffey regrets not being able to stay, but he has a meeting at a distance that requires him to be there because he feels very strongly about this item. But discussion takes more time than you expect. So we have mixed message on the viewing platforms. I need to close the public hearing. There's nothing, no one else has asked to speak, so I will do that. And I will ask for a motion.
Okay, I think Carol had put one together.
All right, I think that is good.
That was an amendment to the resolution?
I have called one together, so.
I am so pleased you have.
Yes, so President Wieskamp, first, there would be an amendment to the mitigation measure to reflect Stan Pias's comments. And that would be added to Bio 1C. And it will add an additional mitigation measure to the extent practicable. Existing native grasses and bulbs within areas to be disturbed by construction will be salvaged and used for grassland mitigation, and existing native grasses, forbs, and bulbs in the planned grassland mitigation areas will be marked for protection and retained. Seed for mitigation shall be sourced from locations within Alameda and Contra Costa counties with similar environmental conditions, again, to the extent practicable. So that's an amendment to the mitigation measure. And then in the resolution, there would be two amendments to the land use plan. So where it says, be it further resolved that the Board of Directors approves the Coyote Hills Regional Park, LUPA, with the following amendments, and amendment number 1 would be that no overlook shall be within 100 feet from the edge of Patterson Slough. And amendment number 2 would be that the Oak Trail Overlook Spur and viewing platform shall be removed, which is the one north of the slough. And then finally, a new, be it further resolved would be added after the adoption of the LUPA. And it would say that the Board of Directors directs staff to, as part of the final design of the parking lot, to shift the proposed lot further west and south to create a larger buffer from the slough and within the footprint analyzed in the EIR.
Okay, did we have something about the expanded area there where it would be located?
I said further west and south to create a larger buffer from the slough.
Okay.
And we believe actually that other than the laydown for construction, if you move it west and south, that's gonna be absorbed. It's gonna
Okay.
shift it into that area.
Okay, that sounds reasonable.
Well, and I think, was that your last one?
Yes.
She hopes so.
I think we should say something about the importance of seasonal closures
Yes.
in protecting the natural resources.
So we will add that as a mitigation measure to adopt the language that's in the land use plan that discusses seasonal closures, and we will add that to an appropriate mitigation measure.
Okay, Dave?
Regarding the CMPS piece, did we want to say something about a 20% cover?
Yeah, Brian Hall, Chief of Planning, GIS, and I just got Jim's word in my ear here. I would suggest that we add something in there that staff work with California Native Plant Society and the design and as we develop the planting palette to come to some agreement.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Could it be a little more specific to say to allow for additional planting of natives as opposed to leave it wide open?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. I don't necessarily want to commit to the percentage right now, just because from the dais, I don't know really what's feasible or what's possible, but we're committed to working with them.
Okay.
And
I think what the staff likes the additional, that says to the extent feasible, maximize the amount of native.
Yeah.
And Carol, was this amendment including how many platforms?
Just one.
Just one, okay, thank you.
Director Corbett, could you repeat what you had just said about staff working with
To allow for the planting of additional natives,
So if,
Additional.
not just leave it wide open, but increasing.
so to clarify, there's 3 additions to the mitigation measures. One's to, the one that I read into the record. The second is to increase to the extent feasible the native plantings.
And work with CMPS.
And work with CMPS to identify an appropriate native plant palette. And the third is that seasonal closures shall be provided for in mitigation measures as needed.
Okay.
I'll just, Brian Holt, Chief of Planning, just offer, if the decision of the board is to remove one of the viewing platforms as opposed to the other, the indication that I just received is that the area, I believe I don't know the names off the top of my head, but I guess it'd be the southernmost. The viewing platform coming out of the parking lot would be the preferable one to be removed, for what it's worth.
You're also taking the trail away, so you can't have it. Both. Well, I think that it has both in it.
Not speaking out, you're not on the mic.
I asked Carol the question, does this amendment include taking out 1 or 2 platforms, and she said 2. So that was.
I'm sorry, Director Corbett.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I said 1. It was the north. Thank you. The northern oak spur and oak platform was the one that was identified in the amendment.
And that's the one where you also would take that spur trail out, right?
That was the staff proposal.
Yeah, and so what I'm willing to do is to say and consider discussion of the southern one.
as well.
Yes.
Consider that, okay.
As part of the final design.
You're gonna have to listen to the tape.
Okay, to listen to the
Chris,
tape.
do you have anything to add? Okay, good, good.
So did you want to make that motion?
I'll be glad to make that motion.
Well,
Do I
I-
have a second?
So if I can make one more interruption, if I don't drive legal counsel crazy, I do believe the board wanted to direct staff in the final design to move the restroom
Yes.
further away from the marshland.
That was all part of it.
That was part of it.
Okay, and we can
Go
do
the
that.
other way.
That'll come with the design review.
Carol, when you're ready, I think we'd like to hear the motion, I'm sorry, but I think we all need to.
Sorry, dear.
So I'm wondering if we could go on to the next item and you could give
We
me
could
a
do
little bit
items
of.
and then we will come back to
Okay,
this.
and I will do it as quickly as I can.
You want to be sure you're right because you're a lawyer, so do it.
Okay, thank you.
And I want you to because you're not a lawyer. All right, thank you. We will be back on this item when Carol has accomplished that.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is the authorization to approve the memorandum of understanding between the East Bay Regional Park District and the Regional Parks Foundation, a resolution.
Members of the board, before we have our great foundation staff come up, who serve many things in the Park District, just a little bit of background, and I will keep this very short. This is the 50th anniversary of our foundation, and we're very excited about that. And just historically, the foundation was created to accept a donation of property, which was the Kaiser property at Shadow Cliffs, creating one of our first regional parks in that area. And it really was created to accept donations. What has happened over the years is the enthusiasm and I will say love for the East Bay Regional Park District has grown tremendously to where people not only donate land, they donate money. And they become a member, and they become a sustaining member, and they become a major donor for the foundation. And this presentation today is so timely because, as you will see, there are some major things happening in a very positive way with the foundation. And I just think it's so wonderful, and I want to also compliment our legal counsel that just had to go rewrite the resolution because she worked very hard with the legal counsel for the foundation, outside counsel, as well as the foundation staff to update our agreement so it reflects the reality of today, not years ago. We are getting more money. We have the fiduciary responsibility to both the donors and the district. And just a slight issue to understand is that this is a very different agreement than many nonprofits. This is a partnership. It's an MOU and a partnership. We provide staff for HR. We provide the housing. We provide almost 50% of the staff costs for the foundation. And the foundation has been growing their budget to pay for more and more of the staff side. We had a choice many years ago whether we establish a foundation and it's going to pay $2 million a year to run the foundation that could be going to the Park District. And the decision was made, we want as many dollars to come to the Park District projects as we can. So we have had a hybrid between the two. We do not have a full-time executive director. That would be very costly, would also be very restive of our assistant general managers of public affairs. But at this point, the staff is in full agreement that this MOU should continue that partnership that we've had. And the foundation also is solely responsive to the priorities of this board and of the general manager. They do not undertake donations or fundraising that is not a priority of this district. And we annually set those priorities between the executive director and myself, and we bring that to their board and your board annually to look at and get agreement on that. That's what's different. It's closely held. It's arm's distance, but it's not remote. So somebody isn't going off and accepting property, which happened once upon a time, that the district didn't want. but the foundation had somebody with fairly impressive connections to make us take that property. So this MOU updates all the rules, all the processes, the operations, who does what the district contributes, and what the foundation contributes. And so I really think when you see this presentation today, you'll see why it's just perfect timing for the new generation of effort that we're doing for our great foundation at East Bay Parks. Okay, Carol.
Well, okay. Thank you very much, General Manager Doyle. I'm Carol Johnson. Today I'm wearing my hat as Executive Director of the Regional Parks Foundation. Also with me in the audience is our Director of Development, Juliana Shermer, who plays a very important role in growing the numbers that you're going to hear about today. And I also want to start by saying what we just heard and what you just did and what the audience participated in was very interesting and timely for us, the foundation, because it was the Regional Parks Foundation that accepted the $14 million value of that 300 acres in Patterson property in Coyote Hills. So, and that was in 2014. And now here we are, a short 5 years later, actually looking at implementation of what that property will be used for. We're very proud of that. That's the kind of milestone and legacy project that the foundation is excited about, and what in fact started the foundation, which I think many of you remember, is maybe you weren't all here, I was not here, but in '69 we were given the opportunity to accept a donation of land from the Kaiser Sand and Gravel Company. That was under former General Manager Dick Trudeau, and once that acceptance was approved, that's when the foundation was born, and then went into a more specific legalese in terms of a document. Now, keep in mind, Shadow Cliffs was opened just 2 years later in 1971, and I believe that this is actually a picture from that era, from our archives. The land at that time for Shadow Cliffs was valued at $250,000. I don't know if anybody wants to value it today, but it's certainly more than that. And what General Manager Trudeau did at that time was to authorize or direct staff to create an independent California nonprofit organization. We're known as a 501c3, we're a tax-exempt organization, and we have our own board of directors that are appointed, and those individuals come to us through a very different type of vetting process that the staff does along with the existing board to find representatives of the entire 2 counties, representatives that are environmentally interested in preserving and protecting the lands that we are involved in, but also that they're most interested in ensuring that children and families and individuals with disabilities and other special needs have access, because that's what we're about, access for all. Currently we have 19 members of our board, and it is chaired by an individual who is a former real estate broker. The mission of the foundation has not changed in the 50 years that we have been around. It is essentially a sole purpose organization, as General Manager Doyle mentioned, to raise private money specifically to achieve your goals on behalf of the public. So we don't go out of those lines or that type of format. We are very much focused on the universal access and the environmental stewardship programs that are important to the Park District and its mission, as well as the educational and recreational programs. And of course, we couldn't omit acquisition of parklands, because that's what got us started. So here's a little bit about our MOU history with the Park District. Interestingly, we were created in 1969, but our first formal MOU was not implemented until 1990, or at least we can't find any record of anything before that. It was updated again in 2010, right before I came on as executive director, and again, we're looking for conclusion and approval of this update for 2019. As we are a separate entity, so our board has to review the interests of any updates, as well as we have outside counsel that we pay for to ensure that our 503 status, C3 status is remains unchanged with any kind of MOU updates. And of course, myself and district council were involved in this process, as well as Juliana. Earlier this year, the East Bay Parks Executive Committee reviewed this and unanimously supported it. I believe that's actually in your packet today under the board committee reports. And then subsequent to that, our Regional Parks Foundation full board reviewed and approved this updated MOU in March. We agreed that we wanted to move forward with every 5 years in terms of intervals of when we would update or review and update the MOU going forward. Some highlights of changes, particularly, these are the primary ones, is that it defines what the role of the foundation does specifically. It calls out the board responsibility and the core areas of our interest. It talks about oversight of membership, which we do have a robust membership program I'll tell you about in a minute. And it documents annual grant payments to East Bay Regional Park District. That's the whole reason we're here, is to raise money that is given exclusively for the benefit of the Regional Park District. The highlight also defines the East Bay Regional Park District's role in providing the priority project needs that we need to know what we're fundraising for, or what the district needs in terms of additional funds. And it also defines the administrative support that Bob clearly talked about regarding the foundation and shared cost. And I'll mention that when I took over in 2011, our financial revenue was just barely over $1 million. At that time, we paid $250,000 back to the Park District as part of our cost share for administrative purposes. And I will say that now, a short 8 years later, we are over 4 million, well, we're over 3 million and hope to be over 5 million by the end of this year. And we've doubled our shared cost of our administrative overhead. A couple of the primary updates for the MOU that are necessary to address includes the, as I just started to mention, the increased amount of an unrestricted annual grant. That's one of the payments that we provide to assist about 45% of all the costs that are borne by the district for administrative support for the foundation. 45% is paid for by the foundation, and that is rising and has risen dramatically in the last 8 years. This year, our support level is at $425,000. It's going to be rising, I'm sure, again next year. And then also we'll have an included 2% annual increase to accommodate employee wage increases that are borne by the district and its agreement with AFSCME primarily. The second primary update has to do with something that we're really proud of, and that is our recent selection as the fiscal manager for the Habitat Conservancy out in East Contra Costa County. You may have heard from us earlier in presentations that we were one of 4 finalists to be considered as their as the organization to hold and invest multi-million-dollar long-term endowment fund, which ultimately benefits the Park District because all of the funding that is preserved by this Habitat Conservancy is going to be paid back to the Park District to manage all of those East County properties that we have bought together. So that is also in this new MOU. So here's the fun part that I get to share, is that we've had 300% growth in 9 years, consecutive growth, I might add. In part, we revamped our membership program, which is our largest fund of unrestricted use, which basically means the more that we can generate in membership, the more we can itemize payments or any kind of interest that this board has for new projects. This is not restricted money. We've also implemented a great visibility program over the last 8 years, including donor appreciation events. The What's Brewing is a great example of that. That was something that was identified by Juliana as a great opportunity to bond more with our donors. We created Compass Magazine to share information, and we've had tremendous board recruitment. I was just looking at our board list, and I noticed that since 2011 to now, and our board timeframe, our board positions are 8 years maximum, we only have 3 people left that actually started with me in 2011. We've really been going through some major change in board, which has been a very significant and very positive for the foundation's success as well. So here's a bit of a historic look at our fundraising, is that in 2013, I didn't take it all the way back to 2011, but as I said, around 11 it was just over $1 million. And it's risen quite nicely and sufficiently and significantly over the last 8 years. There was 2017 had a little extra bump because that's when we got $1 million grant to assist in some of the visitor center retrofits. We got that in advance of the project, so we accepted the entire $1 million during that year, but we haven't spent it all. This year, through July, we are currently at $3,069,3069, but we are projected to be at over $5 million by the end of this year in December. We're only halfway through the year. We're small but mighty. You can also tell that the budget that our board has made has been incremental change, and we've kind of just hit it out of the park every year in terms of incremental change on behalf of our board's interests, and we've really been able to generate much more than that. So here's a couple of highlights in terms of who are our top funders and what do they fund. This changes every year, but overall, these are some consistent corporations that are willing to give for a variety of priority projects. Kaiser Permanente, of course, Kaiser and their sister company, Sand and Gravel, is our heritage founder, so it makes sense for them, and they have the whole health component that they're interested in. Fremont Bank has been very helpful to us, specifically related to environmental and working with Doc Quack on a lot of projects. PG&E has, over the years, been quite helpful and financially beneficial beyond just what you see here in terms of funding some fuels reduction and fire prevention types of activities in our parks. And Dever is one of 4 of our refinery organizations that's changed names a couple times. You may know them as Tesoro and Marathon is what they're now called. They've gone through a couple of acquisitions themselves. But they're interested specifically in just giving back in their general local community, and they're located in the Concord area, so they really see Black Diamond is one of their favorite places to give. So they supported and closed the gap that we had for the Black Diamond Mines exhibits, that we did get some funding from the Wayne and Gladys Foundation. That's where the $1 million came from. And then, of course, Chevron has been a long supporter. We've had board seats with them, and they are very much interested in sending youth from their immediate area into some of our camps. In terms of membership, this is based on last year's numbers, but we've really bumped up from the beginning years of 2011 when I took this over. We were somewhere around 7,000 members. And then we revamped the program. We actually even increased the cost of membership because we hadn't done it in about 20 years. And lo and behold, we made it easier for people to become members. We are making it even easier by letting them buy membership in our parks, and now they can even go to third-party retailers like REI. So that is increasing our unrestricted revenue, but now we're pushing, getting over 11,000, and we're going to be pushing it up to 12 fairly soon. But we're very proud of how successful and sustained the membership growth has been. Some of our camp scholarship, how we're using those funds, and recently we have doubled our youth development program expenses back to the district. Once upon a time, we had been giving about $250,000 a year and probably giving more, but that was our goal and our budget. But this year, 2019, we opted to double that, so we're over $500,000. And this, of course, has a lot to do with the capacity that our educators can handle, and we try to coordinate that as best we can together. But you can see some of the agencies that are really quite helpful and supportive. And it's not just children, it's also our community engagement initiative, which includes senior programs and even swim lessons for seniors and fishing derbies for disabled and additional types of activities. Planned giving has really been the area that is, you never can exactly know when and if you're really getting, you're really making your mark with people. But what we do every year and have been doing for at least a dozen years is creating charitable planning meetings and opportunities for people to come in and learn about charitable planning through seminars of individuals in the area of not land trusts, but life estates and trusts and things of that sort. And I have to say that you never know, and as I said, and we have been receiving quite a number of legacy gifts in this area. Some people who have gone through the seminars and others who just haven't. People who love their parks and know about the Regional Parks Foundation and felt strongly to leave us in their will or their trust. So you can see just for 2018, we already had 2 significant ones. We just learned about a $300,000 planned gift for this year that we just received. We haven't received it yet, but we're going to be receiving it. And a few others that individuals have notified us on. Capital projects is our newest area, and at some point in the near future, this board will also be hearing our interests for taking on a fully fledged capital campaign. That's not what I'm going to talk about today, other than to say here are 5 projects that we've already been able to raise money and put money into these capital projects to close gaps for the district. We're really proud of the Shadow Cliffs Pavilion project that actually was started with the foundation through an interested private party who had come to us and said, we really want to support this, and then the district decided to match it. Thank you very much for approving that. We look forward to dedicating that pavilion sometime early next year. Tilden Sediment Ponds, which was a huge environmental restoration project, was also done using funds from the foundation, in addition to restoration of Sunol Visitor Center of the exhibits, the Del Val Visitor Center, which is just now starting to get underway. Construction will start next year. And then, of course, the Black Diamond Mines coal mine exhibit, which will be installed, or I think they might have even started to install that. So we'll have a dedication for that before the end of the year. So what I'm showing is that we're not only accepting modest gifts of, $50, $10, whatever it is, from private individuals who want to see a kid go to camp. We're now seeing a lot of corporations and individuals who want to leave us in their will giving larger sums. And of course, I think our visibility has had a lot to do with that. I think the way we are expending the funds, I think the transparency of how our board is coordinating with the Regional Park District on the priorities. People are really appreciating that, and it's a very positive thing for us. Here's just a couple of shots of what's brewing. 300 people are coming out to some of these events. Some people that have just heard about it, they're not necessarily members. Some people are members. People are just really enjoying their parks. And I'm proud to say that when the district has done some of its polling, talking about what is influential in whether or not people will vote on a particular tax measure, the Regional Park District and our foundation are coming out number one in terms of all of the other agencies that we acknowledge, including the Sierra Club and others. That's a good thing for us. Here are our current board members.
Cheryl, we were just wondering what type of beer the dog
Whatever's available, right?
Whatever was there.
Whatever's
Drapes.
available.
That's a pale ale dog.
And it was on a leash, yes. And then finally, here's our current list of our board. As I said, it has been fluctuating. We have not found a challenge at all to identify new individuals who bring new ideas and great Rolodex names to our organization. Some of the newest ones include Holly Potter from the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation, again, a great supporter of the district overall. Oakland Athletics, we have a senior vice president from them. We have CEOs from Drake's, and REI, and many other names that may be familiar to you. So with that, the requested action for today is to approve the 2019 update of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Regional Parks Foundation and the East Bay Regional Park District. And I can answer any questions.
I want to thank Carol and Juliana and all the staff, and just the acknowledgement that this is all great news. But with this great news, there's a lot more work there, and at some point, we have a capacity issue, because we cannot afford to make a mistake with any of these funds, or else you lose your credibility. So we need to have the level of expertise of a foundation that's growing and the support to be able to maintain that, because they really have come up as far as what they're doing. If they're going to take on a major capital project, such as the rebuilding of an environmental education center or managing a large fund from another organization, we need to have the proper management expertise on board to be able to do that. So I know they're stretched. I really appreciate all their work.
Yes, we are a small group of 6 people that does an amazing job with a lot of need. But we're also funding a lot of wonderful things that probably wouldn't be able to get done without our support. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, unless you'd like to just entertain the request.
thank you for the presentation. It's always good to hear good news. And as president, I met most of your members on your foundation board. What a group of enthusiastic people taking on challenges, just. And of course, Juliana is a great assistant. I'm not just saying it because she's from Livermore, but she is, and very creative. So congratulations on pulling together such a great job. And you do a great job, of course. And we know you have many things to do. Do I hear someone who would like to make a motion? Yes.
As you know, I always have questions.
Oh, yes.
So just real quick, I was just wondering, when will the executive committee of the board and the executive committee of the foundation be meeting next?
We annually get together in January of each year. And that gives us enough time to have as close as we can. We want to have actual finalized audited numbers. But that way we can say that we've closed out the year and we're pretty close to knowing how much we've raised.
Okay.
And
So,
then-
and if I understand it, it is, even though it's the next year, it's before the new board has been seated. So each board has that opportunity, each board executive committee.
Each president of the Regional Park District Board is considered our ex officio officer who is invited to attend all of our meetings. And so far, everybody has taken us up on that offer, and they contribute greatly. They also provide a lot of information to our board about what's going on in the district and things of that sort. For example, at the beginning of this year, in January, President Wieskamp was able to hear what was raised the previous year under the leadership of Dennis Wasby. Similarly, this next year, with President Corbett coming in, she will be able to hear the overview of what was happened under the leadership of President Wieskamp.
And I think Dennis Wasby was at that meeting too,
Yes.
and that was very good,
Yeah.
coming in and going.
Right. And we also invite our own board members, and at least our executive committee come. Those are representatives of all of our committees, and they like to interact because they so respect the Park District and its mission, because it's really our mission as well.
Okay. Competing.
Under foundation activities, which is on page 3, item 2.1, organic changes. I was just wondering, I'll just read it. Organic changes. Foundation will not amend or modify its articles of incorporation, bylaws, or tax exempt status without giving at least 60 days prior written notice to the general manager and the president of the district's board of directors of the proposed modifications. I was just wondering if there'd be any objection that that notice be to the full board as opposed to just the president.
I don't see why.
I think it's a good edit.
I think it's a good edit.
I'm sure the president would be glad to share that president next year. I'm sure you would.
Everybody knows.
I'm sure would. One more piece of paper to read, we will do that. Okay.
Except for, oh, mine's dead.
Director Rosario, is yours gone?
I used it all up.
Okay, you used it up. Well, it's gonna happen.
How do you audit your accounts? Is it the Park District, or do you hire your own outside?
Very good question, and I should have added it in my, actually, we have our own audit. We have two things. We have an audit committee, which is an offshoot of our finance committee, and they meet on a regular basis, and that's relatively new. But we have always had our own separate auditor that our foundation pays for, that comes in and looks at our books, and, issues our annual audit. That annual audit is shared with our CFO, or the CFO from the Park District as well.
Great.
And then one change that we did, I'm not sure it was last year or the year before, was to make sure that any donation to the foundation is formally accepted
Yes.
by this board as well. So when we're doing that, that's important, so it's really clear that you've acknowledged that, yes, you want it.
Yeah.
Specifically, that would be in reference to if we receive funds to purchase a vehicle for the district or a piece of equipment, we don't want to be the owners of that, just like we don't want to be the owners of a piece of land that may be donated to us. So we need to come to this board and make sure that you accept it formally by action.
And my last question is, I noticed that you also cover the Friends of the Botanical Garden. How does that work?
The Friends of the Botanic Garden are actually not their own 501c3. They are a friends group, so they are not incorporated. They have their own membership program, and they do have funds that come in through various donations. And one of our accounts, one of our larger accounts, is the Botanic Garden. We have 3 accounts for the Botanic Garden. One of them includes for the future visitor center expansion out there. So what we offered to do, and they accepted, was to essentially be the fiduciary response agency to accept their donations and run them into an account that is the Botanic Garden, that they have some ability to help identify projects. So we've asked for one individual of their agency or their group to be on our board, particularly our finance committee, and they have not accepted that. So we work very closely with them, make sure that they understand, you know, how many members they have coming in, where the dollars are. We work with the director of the Botanic Garden to make sure he understands where those are too. I do want to conclude with this statement, and that is the Park District is looking at creating a MOU specifically between the Bot Garden Friends Group and then having a third party be the Regional Parks Foundation. It's just very important so that we formalize efforts. And that has not happened yet. It's in the process, but it hasn't happened yet.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
I am, I've seen a lot of great foundation board members come, go. And do you ever have discussions about having a longer term than 8 years?
Well, that would be part of our bylaws if we were to change that. And we did recently update our bylaws.
And you didn't change that?
Last year. And it was decided that it's actually 4 terms of 2 years, which is how you get to 8. The feeling that as I recall, is the board members who participated in the discussion said 8 years is pretty much as long as they would want to spend before they move on to something else. So it's a good time commitment because there's continuity certainly, but they thought, you know what, that's just about the max. And we've not had anybody leave us, well, very few exceptions, maybe 1 or 2, because they've been elected to office. Diane Burgess, for example, was on our board. Tim Sabrante was on our board. And upon elections, they had to move off. But so the 8 years has proven to be a really good fit.
Okay, you just had some presidents move off when it looks to me like they're getting going. Okay, but that's your decision. And then the only other thing I wanted to say was congratulations on getting the ability to manage the East Contra Costa Habitat Conservancy funds, because I think that was a very good move, since those are funds which we'll be spending.
Yes, and thank you for that, and great advocacy, obviously, on behalf of the county staff who manage them now. And we are only looking at managing their long-term portfolio. And they are looking at investing about $2 million a year into that, which we will then manage in terms of our investment portfolio and within 30 years, I think, is when the cap is when those funds, through the endowment, will start, the investment will start paying off back to the Park District. So we're very happy because we were one of 4 very important agencies that were reviewed. And I think it was because of the district's relationship with the HCP and all the amazing work that's gone on by so many different people. And then they looked at every inch of our books and everything that we do and interviewed us, and ultimately decided that they wanted to keep the money close where it was going to be spent anyways, and that was what our goal is ultimately. So we're very happy with that.
They knew a good thing when they saw it, Carol. That's the truth. Okay, we need a motion.
I'll move it.
Moved by Director Rosario,
Second?
seconded by Director Lane,
With the amendment.
with the amendment.
With the amendment.
Anything further? With that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And continue the good work and raise money.
Thank you so much.
Now we will go back to the public hearing item on Coyote Hills restoration, and we will hear what went on in the back room.
So, President Wieskamp, Carol Victor, District Council. First, I wanted to clarify that the land use plan amendment already provides that all of the plants planted as part of this restoration are native.
Good.
So there's no non-native plants.
That's good to hear.
Okay. And with that, I have amendments to the attached resolution that I will read into the record.
Please do.
In order to further mitigate already insignificant impacts, the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program attached here to as Exhibit B shall be amended as follows. A new mitigation measure the existing mitigation measure bio-1C shall be amended to add, to the extent practicable, existing native grasses and bulbs within the areas to be disturbed by construction will be salvaged and used for grassland mitigation, and existing native grasses, forbs, and bulbs in the planned grassland mitigation areas will be marked for protection and retained. Seed for mitigation shall be sourced from locations within Alameda and Contra Costa counties with similar environmental conditions to the extent practicable. District staff shall consult with CNPS on plant selection. In addition, a new mitigation measure shall be added that provides that the trails shall be subject to seasonal closures as necessary to protect natural habitat. The next amendment is be it further resolved that the Board of Directors approves the Coyote Hills Regional Park Land Use Plan Amendment with the following changes. The LUPA is amended to provide that any proposed viewing platform shall be located at a minimum of 100 feet from the edge of Patterson Slough. The second amendment to the land use plan amendment shall be that the Oak Trail viewing platform and the Oak Spur Trail shall be removed from the land use plan, and that as part of final design, staff shall consider whether to remove Patterson Slough Overlook. And there's one additional, be it further resolved, that shall be added after the last amendment, and it's be it further resolved, the Board of Directors directs staff to, as part of the final design, to shift the proposed parking lot further west and south to create a larger buffer from the slough, all within the footprint analyzed within the EIR.
I believe Director Corbett has a question.
I just want to be clear in my concern about the grasslands and the native grasslands. I guess maybe I was not quite specific enough. My concern was that it not just be California natives that we increase, but the types of grasslands that were there. I heard you comment that everything being planted is native, and that means that we could plant other California natives that are not native to the area. And that's what I was referring to, specifically needlegrass and brome and those sorts of things. Because otherwise you could be planting poppies and persimmons and redwood trees. And do you see my point?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
David, you have a comment?
I just think that, I think it's covered because you're salvaging seeds, existing seed, and we're using that. So I think that's, and then if there's any other collection in the county.
I would think we would
But
do something.
our plan also calls for planting other grasses that aren't the types of grasses from that area. That's why I brought it up. And my comment was to increase
There may be some that are,
the
did exist and
amount
don't now.
of grasses from the area back into the area.
And we'll go back to staff.
Chris Barton, Environmental Programs Manager. The seeding on site, especially for the upland, there is going to need to be adaptive management for which ultimately we will find out which natives are more successful in those upland areas. So as District Council was clarifying, we only plant native seeds out there. But as far as the land cover type, we do have the target to establish oak savanna up there with native grasses. Now, whether or not it becomes more successful as a coastal prairie type of grassland or a true kind of upland grassland that we would see further up the Alameda Creek watershed, we won't know that until we get into the adaptive management part of the project to see ultimately what the response is from the grasses that we seed. So I would agree that as proposed, that it covers it because we will be looking for locally sourced seeds, and that those, really it's going to come down to those natives that will thrive in that area. And the biggest risk to the habitat restoration there being successful is 150 years of farming. And there's, if you look out there right now, there's harding grass and there's big wheatgrass and there's pampas grass that the goats, the sheep won't eat. It's that is the biggest challenge to establishing high-value grasslands out there, and that will be our first priority and where we'll focus our resources on.
Okay. We agree that that is covered.
So if I might just ask, maybe Chris, I can keep in touch with you and have another conversation with you after, and I'm glad to support this, but
Okay. I believe we're ready for a motion.
So moved.
I believe we're ready for a second. I'm going to second this motion. And I'm going to say, thank you, citizens, for being tough and hanging in there for a long time. At times, we may seem to be at odds, but in the bottom line, I think we all want the best for that area. And we appreciate all of you, and we appreciate all the input. And Chris, I appreciate your hard work and detail. He's one of the most detailed persons I have ever met. And I appreciate having that on staff. So thank you. With that, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? And though he isn't here, there's another vote down at that end. We can't record it, but you just not going to. But we're just saying that it's there in principle. So thank you very much, and thanks for being here. We appreciate it. I may not seem like it.
Oh, no.
But we do.
Oh, no, I know.
Okay.
And thanks to staff for all the many, many
absolutely.
hours of work.
Not just Chris, but all the others. All right. With that, we will go to board and staff reports, actions taken by other jurisdictions affecting the park district. Anything to add? Anybody? Art owns land, okay. Next, general manager's comments. We have a presentation.
Yes, we do. I think we still have a presentation today. Okay, we're going to move it right along.
I think that's an excellent
And I know it's been long, it's been a long meeting, but I know they've been waiting here a long time. Thank you. Thank you. Can we give our citizens an applause? I know this has been tough for them today.
And may the traffic not be appalling headed home. I won't guarantee that. Yes.
Good afternoon, Madam President. This is Jim O'Connor, your Assistant General Manager of Operations. Very quickly, I want to do a quick introduction to the item here. I've got with me Katie Hornbeck is our outgoing Acting Business Services Manager. And I've got Tiffany Margalisi, who's our incoming Acting Business Service Manager. And I've got Ari Suzuki, who is our Reservations Technician. I think I got that right? Yes, okay. And I've got them all here. And just really quickly, when we often do these presentations, we do it, one is to update you on some new information, to give you some insight into some of the things that are going on. Today we're going to talk about one of the three processes we use for others doing things in our parks. One is our concession program, which is for-profit businesses. Another one is for nonprofits, is our special use agreements. And the last one here are short-term items, which are special use permits. And Katie manages that as a reservation supervisor as part of her scope of work. And with that, I'm just going to pass it off to Katie, and she'll talk a little bit more about that.
Just great. Okay, welcome.
Katie, thank you so much for your hard work as acting. I know that was a big lift. And there were a few things that came before the board during that time, I believe.
Just like a couple of small ones, yeah.
It was seamless, I think.
Oh, thank you. I had the support of some amazing, wonderful staff, so it was definitely a joint effort there, so thank you. All right, well, my name is Katie Hornbeck, back in reservation supervisor within the Business Services Department, and as Jim said, I'm here to talk about special event permits and provide a brief overview on that and some of the trends that we're seeing. So the special event program and policy were established in 1993 and was really created to address these sort of 6 overarching themes that I'll touch on very briefly. The first being expanding recreational opportunities for the larger community. A lot of people coming in for special events are coming in to use it in a different way or have never been to our park before, coming from a different county possibly, so this is a great way to get them into the park. Ensuring protection of park facilities and resources, so making sure that those special events are in the right places and doing the right thing. Mitigating impact of special events on other park users. There's always that balance of when there's a 5K, that when that's going on, other people coming into the park can still use the park. Establishing safety and emergency plans. Every special event permit does require to have an emergency plan on file and a point person, and they have our dispatch number, so if something goes wrong, we all know what to do. Addresses park district liability. Every special event permit requires a certificate of insurance. And compliance with Ordinance 38, so we're all playing by the rules. When is a special event permit needed? This is the question I get asked every day, all day, by organizers as well as park staff as they see stuff going on in the park. Does this warrant a special event permit? And this is on our Park District website under the special event permit page. And this is kind of what I use as my little checklist. And so we don't have a hard and fast number of what would require a special event. 30 is a little bit of our threshold, but we do have lots of events that have more or less. And we really look through each of these. Is it being advertised? Are we charging someone something? Is it going beyond normal park use? Do they have to get in at 5 o'clock in the morning? All those kinds of things. And I look at this and talk with park staff and public safety and assess, do we need a permit? So very briefly, I'm going to go over the process. This is what I do day to day. for our special events. This is a screenshot from the Park District's website where I direct a lot of folks so they can learn step by step what is required and what is needed. There's a sample application for them to look at as well. So this is really our catch-all where you can direct folks to or send them directly to me. But essentially, the special event permit process begins and ends with the reservation supervisor. We'll intake the tentative booking, we'll process their payment, we look at their insurance, we keep them on track and send them those reminders to get their stuff done. This is sorry, let me backtrack here. We have a 60-day deadline for special event permit requests, so we do book up to 1 year in advance, but 60 days is our cutoff date for those, especially for new events. That's really the amount of time we need to get everything through. So who does what in reservations, like I said, sort of starts and ends with the reservation supervisor. I mentioned all of these things, the tentative booking, insurance, payments. I oftentimes act as the liaison between the event organizer and that park staff, communicating any issues or concerns, so there's just that solid point of contact. And then once all of the boxes are checked, I'll switch their permit from a tentative status to an approved status, and then they're welcome to advertise for their event. On the park operations side and also public safety, depending on the size and scope of the event, they're meeting with the organizer to discuss and finalize their details, doing a walkthrough. They're reviewing the application so everything looks good, and it goes through a variety of approval signatures, and then they're there the day of the event, and they're really the ones that know if it's running smoothly and can address issues day of. So now I'm going to get into some of our data and the trends that we're seeing. This graph, or this chart rather, indicates the number of special event permit dates, so the number of days by month. I've circled in blue the circled months. Those are our busiest months. October being the busiest with 149 event days. That historically has been true since 2014, at least. That's as far back as we can pull our data. And that's a lot of cross-country events. So we have a lot of high schoolers out in our parks in September and October. And then in the springtime, our busiest month, at least last year, was March. Prior to that, though, May had really been the busiest month, and so there's a little bit of difference in there. But consistently, these are our 5 busiest months every year for the last several years. So top 10 parks in at least 2018, so what this means is are more or less our most impacted parks, so who have the highest number of event days. This list is pretty consistent year to year going back since 2014 with a little bit of fluctuation, with really one exception, and that's Crown. Since 2014, they've consistently had more and more and more event days, until finally last year they kind of eked out over Tilden, which has had that sort of like #1 spot for a long time. It's not a competition now. All right, in this bar graph, we're looking at two distinct things. The gray line is our number of permits issued, and then the orange line are the number of event days. So you can see that going back to 2014, and the data points we could pull before that were really 2006 and 2012. You can see that we're basically averaging between 250, 280 special event permits that are issued. And then where we're seeing the increase is actually the number of event days. So more and more days are in the park. So in 2014, the average number of days on a permit was 2. This year, it's 4. So basically, these groups are wanting to spend more and more days in our park. So more cross-country needs, or the day camps, they want to add a couple more days here and there. So that's really what we're seeing the impact. And this last data set is looking at our estimated attendance and revenue and staff hours. This attendance is what's provided to us by the event organizers. And we follow up with them after the event to get as close to the number as possible. You can see a steady increase over the last 6 years. The event revenue, that includes any of our permit fees, vehicle access, beer and wine, staff time that gets charged. The only thing it doesn't include is picnic and camping reservations, which a lot of our special events do reserve those things. And then for staff hours, that's lifeguards, police and park rangers and our fire. Okay, and some of our challenges. So in the 3 years that I've been in this position, this is really what I've experienced, and then talking to previous supervisors, them seeing the same things, and then sort of on the horizon, what we're noticing. The impact to the park, impact to the public remain our sort of number one, number two challenges going hand in hand. As you can see, the number of event days are rising. We have to balance that impact, and so we have a few things in place, like we avoid double booking on one day. We avoid back-to-back bookings as much as possible, and we avoid having like a high-impact event every single weekend, meaning like over 700 people, because we know weekends are already busy. So we really kind of play that dance with the calendar, so we can address these top two things. Meetup groups, if you haven't heard of the website Meetup, there's hundreds of groups on there that just say, hey, come on and hike out at Redwood. Or you have Facebook groups or any kind of other platform, Eventbrite, they're advertising these hikes and whatnot, and they're unpermitted, so they'll show up sometimes in very large numbers, like over 100, and they don't often know where they're going, or they will create a bootleg trail, or they will interrupt a permitted event and like take down some directional signage, like lots of different reports, both from park staff and volunteer public safety. We try to reach out to them, whether it's in real time, saying, hey, who's in charge here? You need a permit, or I try to follow up if I can find out who the organizer is. But it's a growing concern that we're trying to wrangle, but you know, the internet is big and it's a wild beast. So, experience of organizers. We have some wonderfully talented professional organizers who run these really amazing events. And other folks who this is like a passion project, or they're wanting to bring together friends and family, and they've never done that before, so they don't always know the scope of what involves an emergency plan, or you know, what their point of contact is, or have never maybe even been to our park before, and they just want to hold an event. So we're not party planners. They often expect us to be, or they want the supervisor to run the show, and we have to push against that. Outdoor programming. We're seeing more and more of our like corporate walks, or like a therapist will want to do their therapy session in the park, or we have these sort of outdoor schools of all ages where they want to spend 3 days in the park doing outdoor education. And this is coming, I think, on the heels of all this information about the benefits of being out in nature in the parks, and that means we get more and more requests of park usage. And then finally, setting limits. They come in, event organizers come in and want sort of the whole world, and we're wrangling it back in and trying to address Ordinance 38, and we want them to have this really great, smooth, safe event, and that means putting parameters and structures in place, and that can be hard for some people to accept, and they, getting a special event permit, they think means they can do whatever they want. So we have to really sort of reestablish that and let them know, no, we want you to have a fun, safe event, but that means you have to do this, this, and this. I'm going to end the presentation just highlighting a few events that have happened in our parks. Our sort of bread and butter special events, these are athletic events, from a simple 5K stroll to a 100K run. And those happen everywhere, all times of the year. A variety of cycling events, both competitive and family-friendly. On the far left, this is the Niles Canyon Roll and Stroll. And then we have several regattas that happen every year. A variety of religious or cultural events. This is out at Quarry Lakes last year. We also have like Easter sunrise services or baptisms that occur in the parks. This is pointing out a few of our festivals, or like arts and cultural events, so kind of working clockwise. We have Two-Day Town out at Del Val. The Gal on the Pony, that's the North Richmond and Shoreline Festival out at Point Pinole. The Born to Drum, that's like a week-long camp out at Bort Meadow. It's an international women's drumming group, and they have like discussions and arts and drumming, obviously. And then finally, concerts at the Cove, which there's 3 concerts out at Crown Beach every year. Oops, sorry. As I mentioned before, cross country all day, every day out in months of September and October. From really small schools up to league meets, we're having over 1,000 kids or young folk. day camps, as I pointed out, a variety of ages. It could be, toddler time with parents, and it's just a couple of kids for a few hours, or they're out there for a good chunk of the day, doing their different activities and educational learning. A variety of open water swims and triathlons. This is out at Keller Beach for the open water swim. Our lifeguards lifeguard all of these events, all the open water swims. And then finally, some events for our furry friends, equestrian rides, the Portuguese Water Dog Club, they have their annual water trials out at Shadow, and then Barktoberfest out at Point Isabel. This is the main reason why I want to get a dog, so I can dress it up. And that's it. So if I can answer any questions, or I would love to.
I'm going to look upon you as a super parent, trying to keep all of these people in good order and enjoying themselves. And I do not envy you, but what a monumental task you and your staff have.
Yes.
Yes, by all means.
So, how do you handle groups going on our regional trails? Like people who want to do a 5K down Ironhurst Trail, or using the trails for these things when the trails are already used by the public pretty heavily?
Yeah, so with any new event, that gets vetted by the park supervisor. So we won't just take any event that comes in. So that's the first step, and we want to make sure it would be a good fit. And then we'll also look at the calendar and assess like what's already happening that month, what's already out there, and if it looks like it's going to happen on a busy time of year, or they already have something scheduled, then we won't book them, and we'll see if we can just get a different day. But that's really the main way. Yeah, there's the Contra Costa Trails is consistently pretty impacted, especially in the springtime. But yeah, it's we require them to submit maps so we can assess what portion of the trail is appropriate, and then they are supposed to be collaborating with the city that's nearby and making sure that they get a permit from them as well, because oftentimes they're going onto city streets and then coming back on to our trail. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a balance. What about high school long-distance runners? Do they just come out and run, or do they have to get permits?
Are you referring to just practices? It depends on the group. Sometimes it'll just be like a one-time run, and generally if it's just and it's a small group of under 30, then we're okay with that. But a lot of them, they want to come consistently. They want to run 2 to 3 days a week, and so that's when we'll require a special event permit. Even that is a little bit difficult to wrangle because they're going to multiple parks, and you guys kind of nab them as you see them. So yeah, they're kind of everywhere.
So when someone applies for a special event permit and they're new, how do you vet them to know that they're a responsible party?
When someone reaches out to me and they say, hey, we want to have a 5K, I reply to them with a standard template that's asking them a series of questions, who their point person is, their organization, if they have one, things like that. And then we sort of cross-check all of those things. Sometimes we'll know right away that this is not going to be a good fit. They'll say, we have 5,000 people and we want to take over the park. We'll say, yeah, it's probably not, they're not going to work. And so we'll try to suss it out, get a little bit more information. So it kind of depends. If they have an organization tied to them, then we can look into it. If it's just me wanting to do a 5K fundraiser, for something, then there's not really a way to look into that. But there's lots of phone conversations, and then they have to meet in person with the park supervisor, and then they have the application that they fill out too. So there's kind of multiple checkpoints along the way, and at any time we can say, hey, I think we need to add in a couple of new requirements or adjust this or that, or yeah.
And sometimes they lose their privilege.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
They don't come on. They're not invited back.
Yeah, there are definitely some events where they tried it and it didn't go well, so they put on timeout.
Yeah.
Well, you are a super wrangler. It's not an easy job, and I do appreciate that. I'm sure sometimes people are not happy, and you do your best to get them back there and give them, second chances sometimes, which is not easy either, but the board really appreciates all your work.
Thank you for your support.
We try to please the public, but it's not always easy. So thank you very much for your.
Of course. Thank you.
I kind of like the term wrangling. Sounds good.
Herding cats.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation too. Announcements from closed session?
Director Wieskamp, there's no announcements from the closed session, but I have an announcement I would like to make, which is I would like to introduce you to our new Assistant District Counsel. This is Jason Rosenberg, and
Been
Jason,
waiting patiently.
he has, and he's learned a lot about the district.
Didn't leave the room. He did not leave the room.
So Jason was a partner at Myers-Nave, and he has been the city attorney for South San Francisco for the last 5 years, and before that he was the assistant city attorney, so he has a solid municipal law background. He's hit the ground running. Christina left really big shoes to fill, and we let her go for the greater good of the district, but I'm really excited about Jason.
Well, this was certainly an opportunity for you to see us wrangling through things. And you didn't leave, so that's a good sign. You're not overwhelmed by us, but welcome, and we hope you enjoy the district.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be here and happy to be part of the team. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Greetings, Gary Rowe. Board committee reports. There are 2 from the executive committee. Does anybody have any questions? As the executive chair, I have no comment. Let's go on from there. Public comment. Kelly Lefton. Okay. Board comments. Dee.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. You got some. Onward and upward.
Since the
I'm afraid my
13th.
lungs are thinking.
I met with a young constituent. He's a former educator, and he's looking to change venues, can I say? So I'm kind of steering him to being a naturalist. So that was interesting.
Oh.
So
Who was it from?
yeah, I think he might be a good fit. So I forwarded him to referred him to a couple of our naturalists and see where to go from there. And then on 8/14, I also attended Dan Calv's fundraiser, Open Cities Council member. And then on 8/15, I attended the life-saving event at Shadow Cliffs. I just wanted to say that congratulations to Juliana and her husband and the lifeguards there. They did a wonderful job saving this runner's life, triathlete. And it sounds like an incredible event to be part of. I mean, things just, it was a good place for him to have a heart attack.
It was a very good place to have a heart attack. You're absolutely right.
Trained staff
You're gonna do it.
from our foundation.
You're a lifeguard.
And then our lifeguard, so that was incredible.
Oh, good.
And the family was very appreciative. He was there, and he just couldn't say enough to say thank you.
It was,
Great event.
we need more feel-good events like that.
Yeah. And then, where else did I go? Where's my second page? Yes. And then I met with 2428 on the 19th as well. And then 8/21, the event at Sacramento, our meeting with Assembly-member Kahan was really good. And I really loved the Ted Radke Awards. I think Senator Glazer was, I think I've never seen him so relaxed, ever. I think we should, I think we should bring Kristen Van Dam and her mom to all the events with Stephen Glazer, being neighbors, but it was a very, very good event. And then I also saw Rebecca again at the Labor Day event, and she was very appreciative of us coming up and talking to her. And then the memorial for Carol Severn was very touching, very well attended. It was very nice. And then 8/25, I got my hip is 90%. I went back onto my Princess Salsa Creek trail crew, and we did a bunch of stuff.
Oh, no, go crazy now.
Yeah, it felt good to get back.
Good.
And then on 27th, I met with Cheryl Brown from Save the Bay, and they're having a new event, that's Bay Day on October 5th. I talked with Carol Johnson, we might ask us if we would sponsor. And then also attended the subcommittee meeting of the Finance Committee on the 28th. And the 29th, attended the fire crew graduation. Very nice event. Very nice to see our young people.
That's great.
Yeah. Getting back to work now. All of this business is over. But I was very touched by that one of our members, his mother came all the way from Mexico to come and see that. That was very touching. So, congratulations. to the fire department.
Dee, just on that, I've asked Eileen and Carol to put together a slide presentation, kind of a short version of the video that shows the whole board can
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
I think they'll be quite proud of the training and of the kids. It's just, it was impressive.
It was a great reunion for former chief stewards of the union, Buddy Buska, Dave Kalele, myself. And then also, we were also colleagues on the Open Hills Fire too. So it's great to see. Great reunion. That's it?
That's it. Okay, Beverly?
All right, thank you. Interesting. I think it ended up being more than 2 weeks, didn't it? It had to have been.
Go for it. Go for it.
I had the experience of hearing the president of the two boards of supervisors talk about the state of the East Bay, and evidently they have decided that regional is everything. And so there were a few local elected officials there who were like, regional is everything, so what are we? It was an interesting meeting. Then I did have a chance to go to Bridgyard for the West Edge Opera and saw how they set it up, and the acoustics worked really well. And they had a curtain and this huge stage and a very modern opera, and we decided that what happens in Bridgyard stays in Bridgyard.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Then I had the opportunity to be interviewed by folks who are doing a video for the Contra Costa Quadrennial Watershed Symposium. And they asked me all these natural resources questions, but I had other answers than that. And it turns out I have been going there since 2003. And actually, our Friends of Saramon Creek got started because at the symposium, there was no group from Saramon Creek. Every 4 years, there was no group. And so now there's a group. So I was glad to share that with them. Then I was on a panel for Visit Concord. And I promised that we'd open the Concord Hills in a certain time, which I will share with planning at some point.
Boy, you're asking for trouble.
Well, then, speaking of promising things, we went to Sacramento, and I enjoyed it very much. I had a chance to have lunch with some friends of mine, and we, Colin and life staff, and I saw the head of state parks, Liz Magritte.
Magnet.
And we promised a few parks there too. So if staff wants to know more about that, they just need to talk to the board members about our conversation.
Staff does know about that.
Oh, I guess we already told you. Anyway, we did give the award to Senator Glazer, and he really, he shared all of his background in environmental activities and interests, and it was very eye-opening as far as I was concerned. I went to a couple of elected women's lunches in Contra Costa and Tri-Valley, and I'm I'm hanging up now, wearing my Votes for Women banner. But we are talking about the women winning the vote nationwide on August 26, 2020. So there's several things coming up to recognize that very important event. I had a one-on-one with General Manager Doyle, went to operations, day in the park, had a barbecue at the East Bay Hike and Ride at Fort Meadows. Colin and Mila Coffee and I came, and appreciated everyone's comments at Carol Severan's memorial. And as I drove home, I thought I should have said different things, but I didn't. And I want to congratulate everybody for 8 minutes on national public radio, public NPS. We finally made big time with that, and our program and programs throughout the country. It's very encouraging that people are understanding how important it is to get children out and adults out into our parks. Thanks.
Okay.
Ms. Corbett.
So, on August 16th, I attended the legislative committee. On the 21st, I went to Sacramento with the rest of you on a very successful day. I really appreciate the fact that we work so hard to forge these relationships and partnerships with members of the legislature, and I think it is truly appreciated. And Senator Glazer obviously was truly happy with the award that he got, and that's a very good thing to do. I think I've shared with some of you, it's there are all kinds of people come to see their legislators, and the fact that the East Bay Regional Park District can present itself as a pleasure of a meeting for the legislator to have on that particular day is a good thing, and we should keep that up. And of course, we had a great meeting with also, some of you mentioned already, with the Assembly member about Kahan. And she's a strong supporter of the parks, and it's so nice to hear her truthfulness about the work we've done too. She's a great member. On the 29th, I attended the Operations Committee meeting, and tomorrow I will be attending the San Leandro Creek Alliance. I want to thank the General Manager and AGM Kelchner for reaching out to Alameda County Flood Control folks. I know a meeting is scheduled, and I'm glad to report that tomorrow. So, you and I should talk before tomorrow. But, thank you very much for putting that together. I think that will be appreciated by people at the meeting. And the one last thing I would like to bring up is the city of San Leandro is dealing with sea level rise like everybody else who has land along the bay front. And I was wondering if there's any opportunity for us to share our best practices with them. There was a story recently in the San Leandro Times, and they seem to be struggling with what to do. Of course, I haven't talked to anybody directly, but I just wanted to see if there's any way you can sort of share what we do, because they haven't had as many projects to work on in dealing with these difficult issues. So if there's anything we can sort of share with them, sort of some things, I think it would be helpful to them, if that would be possible. Okay, thank you very much, and that's it.
Okay. I too was at Shattuck Cliffs, and I don't think I've ever seen anybody more upbeat and happy than Mr. Hart. The man who chose the good place to have a heart attack.
Is that really his
Mr.
name?
Hart, that's his name. Isn't that great?
Wow.
Carol Severan's memorial is something she would have enjoyed. People were saying good, positive things and remembering happy events that she was part of. And so it was all around a feel-good occasion, and I think it was very nice to see so many retirees from the park district who came. Day in the park, because it's always a hot day, and it seemed particularly hot that day, but I think the Taylor Foundation did quite well. Finance, I attended, and operations. And my final one, I do keep my promises, do tell Mr. Abreu. I would like a report on the potential upgrade of our existing parking lot at Mission Peak. If it needs repairs, if we're going to do improvements, I know there's some things happening. So could we have something that we could make public so that everybody will know what we're doing there?
And President Wieskamp, you will get an update tomorrow, I believe, because you're meeting with the general manager, but
I
we
do
will
believe
put
I
something
am.
together more public.
I think that's fine, but let's make sure the public gets a chance at it too. I would like to think that we will respond, and perhaps that will not be the end of it, but will be a new talking point. How's that? If there's nothing else to come before the board, I declare us adjourned.
Yes.
Yes, it was. Provide another one.